Good morning, guys. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have kind of an interesting day here, I think. Hmm. Let me get this over at SPX. All right. Good morning, everyone. So Nvidia starts off right at GM. How reasonable? That's its adjusted gamma max. Its actual gamma max is somewhere around like 500. So between here and 500, when will the silliness end? Oh, I don't know if it'll end today. Goldman and JPM and Wells all did pretty well today. However, BlackRock and State Street not so much. The market seems to have taken at least mixed positioning on today's earnings. So we got some more calls coming in at like 45.30 through 40, but we have a shitload of puts coming in at 4,500 through 44.90. Puts that were not there yesterday, although a lot of those calls were. We have Michigan consumer sentiment at 10. So my thinking is that this is kind of just a broad strangle. Waiting to see how that plays out. 45.50 on ES is still pretty important, and then 45.35, and then on SPX we'd be looking at like 45.25, 4,500. Good morning. JPM, SPX, and TR are fortresses. Is SPX going to hit GM? It's very close to it. I don't think SPX likes Gamma Max. Are those long dated puts? No, they're 0 DTEs. Goldman, I believe they pre-announced this morning. God damn it. Hold on. Yeah, they agreed to take over Kahoot. I believe it was for like 35 per share. And they're up 0.5 in the pre-market. They were up a bit higher earlier. I think at one point much higher. So they're dipping a little bit into open. But yeah, kind of big news on that front, right? And they're a large part of the banking sector, I would say. Goldman Sachs. The average Michigan consumer is too worried about Wahlburgers in Ohio to actually know anything about the economy. Yeah, they don't survey people in Michigan. The survey is done by the never mind. Fubo launching out of the gate with a bit of a spurt. My Jan 24 3-seater saved. Thoughts on T downgrade by JPM. Lowered PT to 17 from 22. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Expresses and indexes. It's an IWM. Yeah. And XRT. Kahoot, the educational game thing. Yep. Upstart might hit 50 today. Upstart back to 300. Both of those seem very unlikely. $50 would be about, maybe 50. Gamma Max is up a little, but all of its weeklies. So if it doesn't hit it by like 3 o'clock, I would expect the charm is just going to burn up all the positioning. Are we going to fill the gap on SPX from 4,800 to 5,000? That's not a gap. Nvidia actually going to 500? I mean, probably not today. Hmm. That's interesting. Call profitability is kind of right there, but VIX is going to top out. Now let's see how it holds up. How do you place options trades on TradingView? I don't. I think maybe you can, but I don't use TradingView for trading. Can people from all over the state in the cafeteria in Michigan U? Oh, Jesus. What is GM on SPX? And has SPX ever hit Gamma Max? Yeah, it hit it on the last pump. Gamma Max right now is at it dropped. It's like 45.70 something. 45.76. And yeah, it tapped Gamma Max on like June 16th, I believe. And yeah, obviously we immediately got rejected hard, which makes sense because it's all options, right? SPX looks eerily similar to yesterday. Yeah, there's some similarities there. IWM is losing a little ground. Russell's down today. Dow up a little. And then NQ kind of leading the pack. Oils slipped a little bit. Dixie rose a little bit. And some yields have been recovering, with the 30-year kind of lagging behind everything. What's up, Dork? Gork, I slept in again. You gotta stop staying up till 6 in the morning and jerking it to charts, man. It's not healthy. Let me tell you from experience. I just want to pop in here and brag about the amazing undervalued stock I discovered and gave everyone a heads up about. It's called Tesla. They're an EV manufacturer. You may or may not have been alone. Although this probably isn't going to last, so be careful of the rug pull. July Netflix 430p is still valid now that we've seen market pumping this hard this past week. Probably not. I'm sorry, man. That illicit content you sent me last night just needed to be fabbed too. I'm really glad you feel that way, Derek. Hmm. All right, that's kind of my. I'm just gonna take profits for the video here. Right? Yeah, and stopped out of Tesla too. Cool. That was fun. Deep Fried Pilko, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Ooh. Something entry opportunity? Holy fuck, that's greedy. Just tubing in. No chance to check DD. How are we looking? In kind of a weird spot, stuck in between 4,500 and 4,525, with kind of a lot of positioning in both directions. How much does Dillionaire cost? I don't know. I think to upgrade to it, you click something. Maybe, there's a link in the description. 20 something 5 maybe. 25. Thank you. Yeah, 25. That seems low. Is Cat a buy right now? I didn't say anything. Cat is a beauty. Did you get any of those sweet, you know what I'm talking about from this morning? If you buy it on YouTube and stop your purchase before finishing, YouTube might pop up with a 10% discount. Oh, there you go. Cool. Yeah, do that, because it doesn't come out of my end. Assuming there's open interest still, is there any kind of hedging of calls still expected from Fubo passing 250 and $3 call strikes? Or has that already occurred? I mean, I would assume it's already occurred. Fubo's back above 3 this morning. If it holds, it could do well. It may not hold. I get one. Oh, what's this piece of shit? It's gonna start ripping or what? So if I move up here, profit taking? Let's see, that's what I'd be worried about. I like the entry. Hang on to that. Options. Calls 25. I guess I could wait. Spider, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Looking forward to Pickles Picks next week. Also, got that margin account with level 3 options for spreads. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. Nice. Wink. Thanks, dude. You're always there for us. Mr. Consistent. Yeah. I do wake up and do this every day. Thank you. Have you ever put cinnamon in your coffee grounds? That sounds wrong. JK, now I do, and I'm cash poor right now. But Monday I'm dropping Ks on calls. Alright. What price does Dixie need to hit for JPOW to unzip his pants? I mean, 99's not the worst in the world, but it's a big drop from where we were. The dollar's been lower before. Sold for 460, 65 put spread as a hedge yesterday on NVIDIA for 40. 10x in a day. Nice, dude. No problem, Twat Waffle. Congratulations, man. For that spread, your ideal scenario is the SPX staying between 45.25, 45.35. No, the ideal scenario would be SPX going above 45.35. Any price above 45.35. It would be profitable on any price above, well, at the current price, any price above 45.29. Is my 4-cent NVIDIA call gonna make me rich? Maybe. So much for NASDAQ reducing tech weights. It starts today, it finalizes the Monday after OPEX. There's so much delta exposure at and below 4,500. If we can just get a sell-off. 10 more minutes? Any thoughts on BTU earnings in a couple of weeks? I think there's a way it's bad. I don't see why there would be any change in the earnings this quarter. If anything, coal prices have been stabilizing a bit and moving back up. Although they didn't move down in the mid-quarter, so maybe their cash flows are down a little, but I don't think their earnings are going to be bad. At least no problems this quarter, right? Like no mine fires or supply chain issues. Cat near all-time highs? Does that matter? Mm, not really. No, I guess sort of. There's a lot of call interest on Cat at 260. And a bunch of short calls got squeezed out at 250. So I'm trying to see if it recovers here and builds up a little pressure. Because if it does, I think the move from like 255 to 260 is really easy. SLD's next week, yeah. Would you mind taking a look at GoEV and share your thoughts? I have a small position up 20%. I'm just wondering if you think it has more room to the upside. Uh, penny stacks? So slightly lower high than the prior one. I don't know. Is it actually running on any news? Or is it just doing penny stock things? Looks like there's some accumulation on it, but it's not very good. Um Failing to move higher back in May seemed pretty bad for it. I know they're supposed to be the recipient of like some of the Inflation Reduction Act money, but I don't I don't I don't know. I don't really know that much else about them. S&P up 20% over the last 12 months. Is this a soft landing JPOW spoke of? No. Hey Greg, would you mind taking a look at GoEV? Imagine a fund manager buying NVIDIA in October and it's up 300% and they still aren't selling. I mean, why would they sell? They'll only sell if other people sell. Or if earnings miss. Should I say short dated options print on NVIDIA? Good luck with those. I'm not saying they won't be good, but man, that's so risky. Thoughts on NVIDIA for 510C for November? It's pretty risky. I mean, yeah. Yeah, no problem, lad. I'd sell a third of the position. Which one? Oh, on NVIDIA? Mm, I mean, you don't need to until there's like cover the original investment. Yeah, I guess. No fund manager is gonna do that though. There's no like preference to cash. That's like a retail thing. Have we surpassed the irrationality of the COVID crash pump? I don't think so. I mean, for a little while there, it got beaten down, but it's back, right? Would it make sense to hear that Nvidia completed their shelf before the Nasdaq rebalance, or did that happen already? I haven't heard anything about their shelf offer yet. I'm not sure they've completed it. Hmm. All right, so we're positioned for an upside move here. We're above 45.50 on ES, although volume's just been consistently declining since we broke it. Hmm. Let's see. We got 3 more minutes. You know what? I'm gonna speculatively take one of these. And then options, puts. Can I close a trade today? I can. Ooh. So I'll take 5, 20, 10. All right. AMD ripping. How's it doing? Ooh. Is this on news or no? Just that's a big fucking move. That's not on any news. Just finally catching up from lagging behind the video. Michigan consumer is not out yet. My pullout game is weak, as evidenced by my meager gains and 2 kids. Would you recommend any specific exercises to strengthen this skill? Mm. You should get like a book on tantric meditation. Is Michigan gonna tank the market? I don't know. We'll find out. It's out, right? Nope, it's not. It's kind of a knee-jerk reaction. There it is. All right. Michigan consumer sentiment 72.6. Inflation expectations up 3.4. Consumer expectations preliminary up 69.4 versus 61.5. 5-year inflation expectations up 3.1 versus the prior 3. Current conditions 77.5 versus the prior 69. So mostly good across the board, but with higher inflation expectations. Sentiment above 72, we're doomed. Yeah. That's right. Michigan is copacetic as fuck. You know, Brent crude moved above 81 a barrel today. It's now additive. Additive to inflation. That was quick. It only took a week. I just read off the Michigan study. But yeah, you're correct. The wealth effect is definitely, it's also increasing inflation expectations, which are still quite muted, but so consumers are bullish. I mean, yeah, that's what happens when the asset bubble reinflates, right? Good entry on TR here at 33. I have no interest in buying satirical. With oil up, do you like Oxy or Zom? I have Zom calls and I own a bunch of Oxy. Tell me AMD 105Ps for A18 aren't looking juicy and thick. Okay, yeah, 105Ps for 818 are not looking juicy and thick. How much theta on your Zom calls? I had some for June 21, and I have some for September. Check out that low T. Yeah, T dropped pretty hard this morning on the JPM downgrade. Did you even look? Yeah? I mean, I looked at AMD and I have a pretty good idea of the trajectory it's on if it breaks 120 here. Low T means buy more T. Well, I'm gonna kind of let this play out a little bit before I add any more, but I'm probably ooh, did Dixie just bounce back to 100? Doric, Dixie back over 100. Bro, that's a peener? Yeah, it is. Hold on, I need to look at T. I was gonna buy it at 1450. But yeah, I might wait a little bit now. If I can get it at like 14, that's fucking insane. I'm not too worried about my covered calls here. I have earnings next week, week after next. Hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see where this momentum kind of peaks. Because if people are gonna start panic selling it or something down to like fucking 13 or 1350, that's a way better entry, right? How's my Tesla doing? Nah, fucking zero GT pumps. No wonder SPX dropped 15 BPS in 10 seconds. If Dixie Rockets market go down, I mean, the higher Dixie goes, the tighter financial conditions are implied to be. T would be mostly stable plays for its dividend. I actually kind of hope they get rid of their dividend. in the next year. I think it's locked in for the next year at least, but I kind of hope they get rid of it after that. Based on my 10.6 weeks of trading, AMD is going to 158.70. Okay, well, that's ridiculous. Are there any market crash catalysts left that are realistic in the near future, or do we have to accept the fact that they successfully managed to avoid a crash, and at worst, we trade flat? I don't think they've avoided a crash at all. There's hundreds of market catalyst, like crash catalysts, but I don't really want it to crash. I just want it to move back towards a fairer valuation. Currently, everything's massively overvalued. Over time, that'll at some point correct. T as a buy and hold. Yeah, it's you don't know about it. I did DD on it forever ago. I've had it for a while now. You still think puts on SPG will be good at some point? Eventually, yeah. I haven't entered anything on it yet, but it's one of the things I'm targeting. More so the second half of this year as CMBS maturities start to tick up a bit. Yep, yields are bouncing back. What's the range percentage wise from $14? How much time is your holding period? They've got a lot of things in the works. Right now they're working on, fixing their cash flows, but if they get their cash flows under control, they're doing, they've got like a big broadband rollout that's being backed by BlackRock um over the next like 3 years. Yeah, I mean it's not bad. I wrote DD on it. You go look it up. They've had a little difficulty over the last couple months. And people are kind of losing confidence that they're going to hit their cash flow estimates for the year. Um, and that's shaking confidence in the dividend a bit, which is nice because obviously you want to buy it discounted. But I think ultimately they can still hit those cash like 58.3 billion in free cash flow this year. And if they do, probably like 23, 25. If you're waiting for them to roll out additional revenue streams or make acquisitions, it could potentially go higher in like 3 to 5 in the 3 to 5 year window. But if you hold that long, you'd be risking them cutting the dividend at some point. So you'd have to be wanting to or ready to average down in that period somewhere if they start pushing more towards like a growth model. Economy isn't stable enough to price in 5 years of growth. No, I don't think so. Well, that was fucking uneventful. Okay, Gorkle, what market do now? Well, I wish I'd taken a fucking direction with the news. Kind of still looks flat. Gap fill be cool. $4,500 put interest is pretty fucking high. I'm not entirely sure that's not just sold. But 4540 zero DT interest is also pretty high. Fuck, that's tricky. 4520 put interest is picking up. 1510. Not really seeing any sell off of in the money positions yet. Or are we? No, not so much for the longer dated shit. It's looking a little bit better to the upside. $40 and $50 interest is picking up. $45.75 still resistance. I mean, it still looks skewed bullishly. Very much so. So I think my best bet here is. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that one right now. $280, $230, $240. Maybe do 2030 or 1525. All right. Okay. Can you look at Mo? Mm, looks like it's kind of just doing what it does. Its earnings have been mostly hit and miss. It's had a hard time propping up margins. Uh, I mean, under 43 technically looks like a fairly good buy. At these prices, it's probably a little overvalued. It's 8.25. Are they going to buy and hold a single SPX strangle? expiring on Monday through the whole day today. Is, is that one day going to lose a lot of theta until shortly before close? I mean, come Monday, you're just looking at like intrinsic value. Sorry if it's a dumb question. Are you buying any puts or selling CCs to hedge your BTU for earnings? Well, it kind of depends on what price we end up at near earnings, but yeah, probably. I think we've got like a couple weeks still. Also depends on how much IV's picking up. But I'll probably like say we're trading right around here at 21 and we find that support at 21 2075 again. In that scenario, I'd probably be selling like $23 calls, 18 or $19 CSPs. You really think this behavior in the market won't result in a crash? I'm not gonna. I think it can result in a correction. I'm not gonna say it's gonna result in a crash. Crashes are extreme, right? There's no reason to try to bet on them or play them. Even if the probability of them goes up, it's still so fucking low, right? Like like a 3% chance of a crash happening is would be extraordinarily high. So I don't think it's good to try to play one or to buy any interest for one. I can be sure I can bet on a correction. I can assume declining earnings in quarter three and stuff like that, and keep my puts relatively near the money. I could play increases in implied volatility. All of those would benefit greatly from a crash, but I don't have to play like a crash, right? Also, if the market starts crashing, you can just buy puts. They get expensive really quick, but you can just buy puts. You don't need to be all that prepared for it. And we have 0 DTEs now. So AMD squeezing, I'm up 150% on my call hedge. Yeah, it's moved up. Watch 120 for resistance. I think it can cross it again and like hold it, but careful. Nvidia can get rugged really fucking fast too. You want to look at 125, and I'm not sure what the open interest there looks like, but let me look at the yeah, GM's 126, so definitely be careful there. It's crossed GM before in May, but that's the only time it's crossed GM in the last couple years. So yeah, I'd be careful on a cross of GM. ES is kind of still grinding up. I think the upside's looking a little better now. Unless we get a big sell-off today, it seems like next week we'll get more of this week. I mean, there's not much more room. Gamma Max is only what, $50 above us. I'm not really sure what happens when, and like if an index, I don't even know if the index can cross Gamma Max. You'd assume it could, but the breakdown occurs, across the entire index, right? Because why not? I mean, it fucking tapped it in June and then failed 300 BPS immediately. Because it's a fucking options index, right? Based on the behavior in June, which is the only time we have evidence of a test of Gamma Max on SPX, yeah. I don't know what Gamma Max is on NQ, but on QQQ, that's also got to be getting pretty close. The ETFs I'm not so sure about, right? Because of their NAV. I think they can cross Gamma Max. But hold on, let me look. Where the fuck is that? Oh, there it is. QQQ's Gamma Max is 387. Yeah, there's no evidence of QQQ crossing Gamma Max in the last couple years either. When it crosses GM, sell in the money CCs. I don't know. I haven't done a lot of research into the tobacco stocks recently. They haven't been looking very good, or they weren't looking good a couple quarters ago, and it doesn't look like conditions have improved much. So we closed SCX today at 45.25. I mean, it looks like the bulls would prefer 45.40 or 50. They didn't move fast enough to cross GM. They move up to it, and then the next day GM is even higher. If GM starts moving higher, though, then the underlying's going down, right? Nvidia's undervalued. That's retarded. All right, that's my stop. You the pickle man. Nice NW. Which one, Nvidia or Tesla? I'm still in half a Tesla. Nvidia, nice. I posted a screenshot in the AMC chat of a guy named Trey Trades. Is that who you talk about sometimes? I mean, I don't. Other people do. Conditions haven't improved, but those are slow movers. And with earnings coming up on BTI, I could see it missing, then getting a nice buy opportunity before their ex-div date in September. Or you mean after the ex-dividend date? Gherkin, I invested in T back in 1993. My position is at 0%. What happened to buy and hold? Well, you've gotten that yield for all those years. So, that's nice. My entry wasn't even that good. It could have been another 40 or 50%. I got assigned or I picked up like half of my zero DTs at market open, and the rest didn't get filled. And then I grabbed some at like 9:35, some more. But yeah, I'm also stopped out. Here's your problem. Stop looking at growth and hyped up stock as a fundamental play. Separate emotion from your trades. You're adding emotion to your trade by looking away from the fundamentals and following the hype. No before, like earnings is on 07/26, then ex div date is 9/23. I could see it dropping to 30, then buying it and seeing buy in before the divvy date, then drop it once the divvy hits. Oh man, that's way more complex than I even want to fucking get into on BTI. I don't care about any of the tobacco companies that much. So you're gonna try to scalp a pump in between dividends? Are my 3,800 Ps for next Friday safe? No. Why did you what? Oh, it's popcorn trader. Never mind. Strangle on MSTR is tempting. 45 days out. Why? You don't think BTC will just stay at 30 and chop? I have a hard time imagining that you can find a decent spread and build a strangle on MSTR. That was unnecessary. I mean, but kind of accurate, right? I think BTC will remain around 30K, but MSTR is way overvalued. MSTR is basically just valued off of its Bitcoin holdings, though. I don't know. I mean, you can get strangles on it. You don't want them very wide, but it's just hard to find the liquidity because all the liquidity on MSTR is always directional. So like the only people buying options on it are people like trying to scalp pumps or dumps. And so if you're trying to get like a more stable position than that, it can be pretty hard to enter. They're a Vega play. What? Vega plays are not 30 DTE. Maybe just hold it and harvest dividends until I feel comfy selling it. Maybe. Although, you know, the idea that tobacco, like, sure, it's addictive, but the idea that it's going to perform as well in an upcoming recession as it did in prior recessions seems biased to me. Especially given so many fewer people consume tobacco and nicotine products nowadays. They weren't 30 DTE when I bought them. Then you should have sold them a long time ago. I don't I mean, like, I don't think you actually have that position, but also there's no defending that. With OPEC cuts this month, I'm thinking of bull call spreads on DVN for August with a PT of 55. Thoughts and thank you. Didn't you kind of miss like a big portion of the pump there? Ooh. Well, they're getting hammered a little bit today, so that could be good. 50, 55? I might wait a minute. If the dollar starts climbing back up as we get closer to the Fed meeting, oil may drop back towards like oil futures might drop back towards like 71, 72 before moving higher. Too soon to buy more ZOM? Probably. Does Big Tobacco sell the leaves to companies that manufacture e-cig juice, or how does that supply chain look? Genuinely curious. Maybe this is Googleable. I think I'm not even sure that they use leaves anymore, but it's probably Googleable. I mean, I know a guy who owns like a company that makes like the e-cigarette liquids. And I'm pretty sure they just use like crystallized nicotine. So they're not doing any of the like processing on their own. I full DWAC at 180 and just held. Do you think I'll get my money back this year? Oh, you're fucked. Yeah. Am I in pharmaceuticals? I should probably know. This seems like a pharma adjacent process. No, I mean the FDA is trying to make it more pharma adjacent. Hmm. It's like a lot of volume on these rejections. We scalp profits here on the downside. And just stay long. 30, 40. Well, that one's just in case. Hmm. Russell down 136 BPS today. Yeah, the Russell pump looks like it's definitely waning. XRT down 150. Upstart rejected. So mid and small cap turning down, but Fubo is actually still holding 3, which is kind of impressive given that everything else is down. Like all the other basket stocks are down today. It's just a shitload of. You know what it is? Fubo has a lot of leap interest. I wonder how much that's supporting it at $3. I know I have $3 leaps on Fubo. I'm sure some other people in here do too. I'm half Port Express. I might have a better cost basis than Gherk. No. Well, maybe. Actually, I don't know what you bought at. Why would you half Port Express? Let's not try to figure out the logic behind that. Half Port Express is not something to be proud of. No. We gapped up 4 days in a row. Now I have 5 green days in a row, including today. If we close up today, it'll be the second longest winning streak over a year. I'm not entirely sure we're going to close up today. These rejections on futures are not good. They're definitely not good for the SPX positioning. And we just fell back below 45.50 again. Hmm. Are we topping out? Interest to the upside's not really declining. Maybe the bearish positioning pulls us back towards like 45.05, right? So maybe some of the short calls didn't get squeezed out yesterday. Try to drag it down and close them, but the long interest is still there. It's the volume's just going up. 50 and 45 might be getting sold, but 40, like 30 through 40 still looks really bullish. What's our gap? Yeah, maybe we fill the gap. You ever get hogged out and buy shares of hog No. When you say leaps, do they expire Jan 23 or 24? 25? Is coal going to make pickle jar millionaires? Probably. I don't think it's going to make anybody millionaires, but it might make people some money. I mean, BTU's already made people a bunch of money. Gap down to 44.40. I mean, yes, please. Are you fucking kidding me? How many shares of Express is too many? I feel like I have too many. I'm trying to remember the exact point at which I felt like I had too many. I'm up on them though, so I kind of don't. I kind of don't mind. How many do you have? Enough. Jimmy falling off the screen. Can you get it to close below 22 next Friday? That would be great. And even come in on Saturday if you can make that happen. Okay? I don't know. It could close below 22 next Friday. 22 is a pretty strong resistance for GME right now. If it starts to break down below that, we're gonna slide below delta neutral, and then that's when like sub $20 prices become possible. Is Atomic just a sentient pile of Fubo shares? he has a lot. He might even have more than me at this point. I think I have more leverage than him on Fubo. Well, I have less leverage now. I'm not even sure if I have more leverage than him now. Do you have synthetic longs on Express? No, it's gonna reverse split. I've expected it to reverse split for ever since I wrote the first DD I put out on it. Isn't Express a penny stock at this point? Why own? Oh, I don't think they're going bankrupt, and I think they're priced for bankruptcy. I don't think they're anywhere near going bankrupt, as a matter of fact. They're actually very well capitalized. And if I'm not mistaken, like a month or two ago, they just picked up another activist investor as well. Smaller, but what's your Express cost basis? It's about 58 cents. We holding Express leaps into the split? Absolutely not. Big liquidity issues. Unless you intend to exercise them. That's a terrible idea. Well, that's the gap filled. Going for the next one? ES isn't losing a lot of volume yet. Support at 50, 40, 45, 40. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this here. Right? A few more minutes, maybe? It's getting worse there. ES is red on the day now. Curious. Ooh, commodities broke out. Like, bigly. It's broad commodities. It's not just energy. So it's like metals, food. Any news on the call positions? They still look relatively stable. Although I would assume that at this point, like at this price, incoming volume is likely sold above like the bullish positioning. So like the 45, 50, those levels are probably getting sold. There's a little bit of reduction in interest at 45, 30, and 35. But we still have support at 4,500. I was thinking energy makes sense of, yeah, it's like broad commodities futures. So it's like Bloomberg's commodity index. I'm calling it. The Tesla 45.25 was the top of the market. GG all. Yeah, I don't think so. Not yet. I don't want more of that right now because the sell is awful. Did I target 44, 45, 15? 25, 15. Profitable up here. Just wait. Options call 1530, too wide. 1520. 1020. 1525. 1525 seems too soon. Are we gonna close the day back at 4,500? I'll just wait and buy like a put spread at the top. That seems like a better choice. Now I can lock in profits from the call side. Is this the Friday V starting? What? Oh, right now? I don't know about that. It's very early in the day still. Any two way Verizon would be inversing the market. Well, it's like a defensive and a value stock, right? Like, I wouldn't expect it to have high beta. Probably has negative beta. Looks like the market expects a massive rate hike. Yeah. Gourd futures are as real as toe rings. Toe rings are very real. Are you interested in purchasing a timeshare from me? Is it in Boca Raton? T getting more flat around 1450. I don't know, maybe? What's with the rush? You might wanna give it a minute. I wouldn't say that the breakdown is done after just one day of confirmation or like a fucking hour. It's in Vidor, Texas. Basically no crowds. I'm okay. Thanks though. I'm glad you thought of me. Basically no crowds. It's not done. That's what the yield is for, Esha. You forget about that part? The yield pads your entry quite a lot, given that it's like fucking 8%. 2447 is 4470, 721. Dead leg from a straddle out of range. Huh. Is it bought and paid for? Like you I assume that your call at that level, at least the night that it closed at that level, printed super fucking hard, right? I probably wouldn't want to carry it over the weekend, right? I just want to like pick up the premium and reposition. Especially being above 4,500. I'm not sure how long we're going to be up here, but I wouldn't want to carry that over the weekend. Because what little premium value it still has left will die. I have friends that have a custom mansion in Boca Raton. Meet up in Florida for party time. I'm never going to Florida for any kind of time. I bought too early then. Well, that's why you DCA. I feel like we've discussed this a lot. And my cost basis on AT&T is higher than the current price, but I'll also buy more if it drops significantly. Like I have money on the side to buy more. Yeah, I bought the last time it tanked pretty hard. That was nice. I got to average down my cost basis a bit. That was like in like the 14, like high 14 $15 range. So this is even better. What if someone from Florida buys Pontiff? Oh fuck. I don't know. I don't want to think about it. Discount cool awesome? No, it means dollar cost average. What if Secure bought Pontiff? He doesn't need to. He can just invite me over. If anybody in Florida had the money to buy Pontiff, then spend that money to move out of Florida. Pontiff, 250K a month, $5 million fee for people in the South. Just call it like an inconvenience fee. I'm an FA. DCA is discount cool awesome. Florida's definitely not the best. Why do you hate it so much, though? The, a significant quantity of the population is horribly uneducated, and it's a hot fucking swamp full of giant bugs. I'm from Florida. It's garbage. You don't have to tell me. I've been there. I don't care about their politics at all. I'm really kind of indifferent to all of that. Do you agree with an analyst valuation of $2 on Express? I think it could be worth more if they get their revenue streams going. I mean, they're massively underpriced compared to their competition, whose revenues aren't much better. Do you see this breaking up or turning into a downtrend? I think the chances of it moving to the upside are a bit higher than it moving down, but we'll see what happens. Futures got a nice bounce back to retest 45.50. Maybe on the breakout this time they find a little bit more stability. Although a rejection here would be really bad. But tax? Like, there's a lot of states that don't have income tax. I can move to Puerto Rico and not pay federal taxes. I don't mind paying taxes if I get to live somewhere that's not a shithole. Is this entirely due to the debt ceiling being raised a couple months back? I don't think this has anything to do with the debt ceiling being raised. Actually, Yellen's having a hard time refilling those coffers. No, I think this has to do with the bank failures, mostly. And the liquidity provided by the Fed through the discount window. Washington State has no income tax, but it's raining 11 months out of the year. New Hampshire doesn't have income tax. Nevada doesn't have income tax. Texas, right? Doesn't have income tax. There's probably Idaho or Iowa. Idaho probably doesn't have any. Texas, I'd rather live in Texas than Florida. At least the food's good. Well, some of the food's good. It's got its ups and downs. Houston definitely has better food than Dallas, but yeah, it's hit or miss. So, some shit is really, really good. Other stuff, no. Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming. There you go. Only, th only, th only a few of those have beaches, though. Like 4 of them, right? The rest are landlocked. Will JPAD do a 1-0 hike, then hold? Refills the coffers, gotta get filled, and this over speculation has gone on way longer and higher than it should have. I don't know. JPAD's kind of being a bitch lately, right? Ever since he scared everyone in September, he's been a little bitch. Do you think $25 GME cover calls are far enough out of the money for next Friday? I don't think there's any like significant upside risk. You definitely have enough padding to pull back or hedge if you need to. You just have to not get spooked on tests of 24 because those are still very much in the cards. I think Gamma they're selling like a bit below Gamma Max, so they're not safe, right? Yeah, Gamma Max is still at around like 27, 26.50. Yeah, I mean, careful with bounces on like delta neutral, like we got the other day. Um, but if we don't bounce on delta neutral, then you're really safe. Just be prepared to manage it if you need to. But yeah, I don't think 25 is that bad. I have some out that expire next week, but I sold them a while ago. Like when we tested 20, I think it was just when we tested 27. Which yeah, I think it was like Gamma Max at the time, and we tested it, and I sold a shitload of covered calls. What sort of support levels does Upstart have on the way down to 35? 40? 40 and 35 are the most important levels to the downside. It actually doesn't have a lot of support because most of the interest is on the, like, most of the long interest on the call side is very short dated. So once the charm starts to collapse, it'll probably drop pretty hard. But then you got to worry about like index bounces driving, like, index bounces and that fucking super positive beta driving it back up again and causing everybody to YOLO into weeklies one more time. Which is basically what's been happening for the last several weeks, is that it gets a little bounce and then everyone YOLOs weeklies. That gets kind of blown out. The weeklies at the top of the chain never print, and they crush the IV on them. Then it goes back down a little, and then we get another index bounce, which drives it up a little and causes more speculation. So right now, really all that's going on at the top is that like short vol players are selling short dated calls to fucking retail mostly, I would assume. Um, Especially given the low quantities of calls. And then just ruining their lives. I don't know why your message was deleted. It looks like it got auto modded by YouTube. Nvidia could close near 450 or no shot. Hmm, maybe. I think the rejection here is going to lead to covered call selling, so that'll help push prices down. If indexes bounce again, though, those cover calls will get spooked and it'll run really hard again, like it did yesterday. So watch out for that. One second. I'm having a fun day. Nvidia goes 280. I think it'll only be down $5,000. Okay. Have you thought about stopping the incessant put buying? Weird, I didn't use anything. Bad word. Yeah, it would be nice if they had an actual set of rules. Nope. Nope, that's not how YouTube operates. But they get cheaper and cheaper. I don't know, maybe hedge them? Like, that's great if you buy them when they're at their cheapest. No, you don't. Never mind. Hmm. Oh, okay, that's July 31. Then Netflix. Ooh, Netflix failed its breakout. That's interesting. Huh. I wonder if I should do something with that. Thinking. Hedge? What am I? A farmer? Be like a gardener, right? And yes, you could think of your portfolio, popcorn trader, as like an English tea garden. Actors are striking, yeah, but that's not new. That started like 2 days ago, right? I hate the English and tea. How do you hate tea? That's bullshit. I'm calling you out on that. I don't think you actually hate tea. I hate hot tea. Well, hot tea is garbage. I mean, who doesn't hate hot tea? Hedgerows define the borders and provide a safe place for the birds who eat the pest insects. Very nice, Brett. If actors' strike causes the stock market to crash, calls on Hollywood ego as a hedge. Hmm. Interesting. I don't know why he hates the. He's from Texas. That makes sense. He's. I try to drink hot tea to feel cultured and diverse, but I just hate it every time. It's garbage. You don't have to pretend. Iced tea is superior. Iced everything is superior. No beverage should ever be consumed hot. That makes it soup, and soup is poor people food. Cold sake is way better than hot sake. Iced hot chocolate's phenomenal. The strike won't affect me. I'm watching Cheers right now. Before that was X-Files. Well done, Crypto. Ice is very uncommon in Eastern Europe, except in the winter. I'm English. I think I'm gonna need a lie down. Did you not know that people in Texas don't like you? They're still really mad about the war. Both of them. Both of the wars. Some of them are, yeah, they're carrying that. Me, I just got over the War of 1812, so it was tough. But ultimately, I decided forgiveness was the best path forward. British blew a 13 colony lead. They just overextended their reach without putting enough infrastructure in place. You should see the grudge I still hold for the Byzantine-Georgian wars. I think you've mentioned it before. England is the reason most countries have an Independence Day. Good morning, Ending. That makes you like the best Texan, Javi. Next weekly is on Nvidia, enough data for 500, right? I don't know. I bought Nvidia 0 GTs at open and then sold them. Is this an inverse head and shoulders on the SPX? No, but it's a bounce. It's technically a bear flag on the 1 minute and the 5. But we know what happens to bear flags. Nonsense? My great 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 grandpappy fought in 1812. I'll never get over it. All right. You bought more Nvidia 0 GTs today? Yeah, I did a write-up on it. That being said, I'm still writing the high of Carthage's defeat. Tell me, There's a lot of history majors in here, aren't there? Fucking history bros. One, three things I'll never forget. One, the day of my wedding. Two, the moment my grandfather passed while I was holding his hands. Three, the Alamo. I know the write up, but that was yesterday. Was it? Huh. Weird. I don't hate tea. I love tea. I drink tea all the time. I don't like hot tea. Hot tea is trash. All hot drinks are garbage. No beverage should be consumed at room temperature, and no beverage should ever be consumed above body temperature. Despite my name, I only drink coffee. It's more the unit of measurement than the actual tool. Every beverage should be room temperature. It's much better for the digestive system. I'm not going to listen to you after you blew up your port playing One Direction on earnings for 2 months. You know what else is good for your digestive system? Licking your hands clean. I don't do that either. Does that work if you lick someone else's hands clean? Probably. Because you don't know where they've been, so they have like it's better. I blew up several ports, not just one. I liked the tenacity. Go big or go home. It's one approach. I do find that consistent compounding gains is better, but it's called diversification, having more than one port to blow up. That's really why I keep multiple portfolios. Everyone's like, "Oh, Girk's so, he's got this down with his multiple portfolios for different strategies." I just do that so I don't YOLO like $3 million into zero DTEs, right? Plus day trade margin. Like the act of having to log into an extra brokerage just actually keeps me from doing it. But one day I will. One day all the accounts will converge, and that moment will be epic. Dork knows this. This was why he's always trying to get me to take less risk. Are these pumpers gonna show up already? No. They've just been lame lately, right? Like yesterday, we sat through all of that bullshit for $17 at the end of the day. And that didn't even hold. $3 million assets under management. Oh, sure. That's the number. Dork worries. He does. He does worry. I think I have too many puts. You think about maybe like also owning a call? Has that crossed your mind? You know, calls used to be your default setting until CERN. Aside from Zom CCs, I'm half cash and half treasuries. Other than a surprise, is now an okay-ish time to go on holiday? I don't want to miss the market turning around. Bro, if I knew that, I'd already be a billionaire. What broke Popcorn Trader? Apparently nothing. That's the problem. I even had one for a bit today, and then I decided they're lame. I am sound and resilient. Yeah, you are. Looking at tickets to the Canaries, probably bad internet, so I might become the catalyst. My solution to that is just never going on vacation. IWM falling off a cliff today. Are we done for the covering side, do you think? It's possible, yeah. I mean, IWM doesn't look good, and Fubo was holding up, but the rest of the basket's dying, so yeah, and Fubo is now too. Ooh, Google hit 25. Hmm. Holy shit, volume's awful. Yeah, things are looking a little better ish. I, s- I still don't love anything that's going on here. Let me take a look at positioning. Okay, still tons of gamma up to 45.40, which is cool. On 45.50s, still got a lot of interest for the 21st. Yeah, I think as long as we can hold above 45.25, we go up. But we've just been unable to hold it. We failed immediately on the last test of 40, like the last high. It failed hard too. But maybe future sellers are a little weaker at 45.50 now. So we get less of a pushback on the next test, which could be higher. If the next failure is lower, that's pretty bad though. Because that's gonna stop out a lot of the zero DTs, I think. Going on vacation gives us poors the feeling of being rich, at least until we come back. Hmm. I just don't want to be away from my markets for that long. They might miss me. Yeah, actual poors do not go. You're correct, Jen. SAX Spy is posting old pictures of the SPX sub 3000. Is this peak copium? Yeah, it sounds like it. Stop that, guys. Hey, Gurk, I got burned playing Spy. Too rich for my blood. How's Upstart for options? 10 times riskier. Can you please put VIX up on the screen? In a second. I need to watch this because I have zero DTs on Tesla, and now I have some more on Nvidia, and I have a bunch on SPX. I guess yeah. Hmm. Are there any stocks that are generally good for straddles and strangles? Anything with like high variance. What's the deal with Nvidia GM? I noticed it had an asterisk next to it in the daily DD post. Its gamma max is between like 46, 467.50 and 500, roughly. When do we finally do the downs? I'd imagine after this last bit of uppy ups. Are there any stocks that are generally good for straddles and strangles? Okay. Let's see. I am going to. Okay, so that still looks kind of bullish. That looks pretty good. What's the confidence in that move, though? 62%? But those are all tuning up a bit. Okay. Well. Hmm. The price for Carvana puts is insane. The MM knows something we don't. I think they know something we do, actually. So many questions sound like, please tell me the exact trade I need to make in order to retire by this afternoon. I have $10 I can trade. $10 of settled cash is nothing to turn your nose up at, crypto. So many fortunes have been made on $10, right? Gork, I'm gonna sell my nerve today. Why the fuck are you still carrying that bag of shit? It's 85% of my 401k. That was like a day trade. Why the fuck do people own that? That wasn't like a buy and hold. I literally traded it one day. It's a 40-year-old for us mortals. Lower high looks like it's rejecting here. Or do you think it'll hit 45.50 after a bounce? It can keep going up here, but it's very grindy. I think we're going to need to see interest pick up probably substantially, or this is going to get more bearish. Hmm. What to do here? So I think here's what I'm thinking. I think we could see above 45.25 again today, but I also don't think we're gonna close that high unless something really dramatic happens. What's for lunch? I don't know, but I'm thinking about going and grabbing some here in a minute because this is fucking dull. Okay, fuck this. I'm closing my Tesla calls. Okay. That was pretty good. It could have been better. I think I should have bought 275 and just gone in the money. I bought 277.50, which is kind of dog shit. I had a 4-year-old client tell me they were going to retire in 5 years. They have 150,000 in a 401k, no other assets, and make 125k. Well, if he can save 100k a year, he could live like in subsidized housing or something, maybe. I assume you guys are offering some stellar rate like 3 or 5% year over year. He can't save $100 a year. He's broke as a joke and a super stonker. Oh, never mind. You can't save him. Live on a boat and get your sustenance from the sea and clouds. Well, if he could save 100k a year, right? That means he could live off of 25. And if he could live off of 25, then he could have like a residual drip of what, 70 uh 7500 a year. Yeah. But that could add to his compounding. So if he can like go 5 years saving 100k a year and then 10 more years living at his parents' house, maybe, right? He could get like really close to the poverty line. Has Pterodactyl told you that you look good today? He hasn't, actually. Maybe he's counting on the infinity pool. Yes. If he did 72T, being he's under 59 and a half. Yeah. God, man. I think you just like make more money buying Apple at any historical date and time than putting your money in like a fucking mutual fund. Icon will give him $2 a quarter for now. We're in 30-year 4.5. Tesla's going back up. I don't care what Tesla does at this point. I took my profits. I'm out. It's too risky. There's too many people selling fucking covered calls at like 300 and 280. Far dated? Next week, end of month. It's funny what counts as poor in the US. Making 50K a year is a really good salary in Europe. I think that depends on where in Europe you live, right? I tried to do a gherk and I cut the put side of my straddle near the bottom, and I'm waiting to sell the upside. Long story short, I lost money. Where were you straddled? 45.10? I got stopped out of the long side of my straddle this morning, like here. Now I just have a bunch of 4,500 puts. I think it really depends where you live in the US. I think there's places you absolutely cannot live making 50K a year, but there's other places where that's solidly middle class. So it really just depends on your location. Straddled 450 spy. Oh yeah, spy. The returns on spy straddles aren't as good. I dozed off. You were in my dream, running in an in-person stock recap meeting on a hill with an air mattress for us to sit on, with a softball gaming going on. Your beard was going gray for some reason. Your beard was gray. Hmm. I'm getting there. I found one the other day, a gray hair in my beard. I got rid of that shit. But I'm surprised I haven't already. Usually the stress kind of gets you there. Nope. Would you say that your port has performed better so far this year than previous years? No, my port did better last year than this year. Has streaming swayed to take more or less risk in certain positions? I don't think that's. I don't really think it's affected my risk taking very much. It's changed the way I trade a lot because of how I have to manage shit during the day, but I've gotten used to that. I would say overall it's probably beneficial because I pay way more attention to the markets now than I did before. My like win rates have gone up pretty significantly, so I think it's been a net benefit. Um, yeah, this year's first two quarters are way less than last year's first two quarters, but last year's first two quarters are massively skewed because of March OPEX on GME, largely. Well, and Caterpillar. Maybe more Caterpillar. The gloating counters the stress. It helps, yeah. You could be middle class in Missouri with 10K a year and a shoebox of baseball cards. I'm not sure I understand what the baseball cards are for. Gray hair is gonna make you look like a peppered fox. I hope so. I already know my time's running out. I thought I'd be dead before I got gray hair. Oh well. Did you say you expect oil to drop more short term? It might drop a little bit more as we approach the rate decision. The cards are for noodling in the creek? What? Listen, man. Whatever you want to do in your creek, that's just keep it to yourself. Mongo's a civil engineer at a big company in Germany, and he managed massive construction projects all over the world, like factories and railways, and he never got to six figures in his life. I mean, but did he die in like the 90s or something? Because, I mean, I don't know what civil engineers in the US make, but I assume it's more than like 100 grand a year. 80 to 125, maybe? That seems fair. He's still alive? Is he still doing giant civil engineering projects? Tell him to ask for a fucking raise. No, you bring all your friends for noodling? I don't like those parties. Is this another bear flag that's breaking up? Well, it's a bear flag that broke down and is now moving up. I think this is where people get confused on the bear flags breaking up. See, this is the bear flag, right? See how it breaks down, finds support, then moves up? 80 to 150? It's like not bad for like a bachelor's, right? Stop pronouncing the G, you East Coast elitist. I'm not an elitist. 1 second, guy. DM the Creek stuff? Would you ever trade options without stop losses? Sure, yeah. Sometimes I buy shit and I just assume that the premium is the risk. You shed your Tesla calls? Yep. Cut them right before it broke out. I don't care. I got like 30%. I don't want to risk fucking too many short calls coming in. I hate these salary convos. Let's talk about something else. Are there any like library what's the best paying librarian job? Is it like university libraries? I want to go. You've asked me to stop, but now I want to go deeper into it. Only librarians? Next question. Director at a large academic? Hmm. I do have a pension. Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's nice. Like, so what's better, like school librarian or municipal librarian? Whoever said only librarians is probably right. Probably. Librarians like a lot of education for not a lot of pay. It's like being a teacher, which is unfortunate. Could you zoom in on SPX so that it's more exciting? Sure. University can be decent. So if you've already vested your pension, I mean, wouldn't the career move be to like start applying for university positions, pick up another pension there if you've still got time? I assume you do. What's the age cap for librarian? Like 90, 98? The charts are different today. Vote to return to normal VIX, SPX, GME, NVIDIA. I don't. Why do you want to watch GME slowly move down to $23? No one in the pickle jar works in tech. A lot of people do. State universities offer pensions still, don't they? 102, I think, for the age cap. Just breathing barely enough to gasp out a hush. A shush. Yeah. I don't even own GME anymore. Then what is it? Is it just upsetting your OCD? Why is Netflix dying? Why won't you die faster? You know what's really upsetting me today is that Cat is being a little bitch. Hmm. It's the only one I'm waiting on. Was there another cat play? No. I was hoping to get the trading thing down to supplement my eventual pension and then be on my way. Oh, okay. I know you were doing pretty good still, just sticking to like cover calls and shit. So chop between 45.15, 45.20 for the rest of the day. It looks like that's the plan. Ugh. You know, for such a bullish week, it's been really boring intraday. Still plugging away, yeah. So far, so good, but not a fast game. That's fair. It shouldn't be. I've irritated the heck out of my poison ivy. It looks like the Appalachian mountain range on my hand. I accidentally kicked my my treadmill last night when I was getting a water at like 4 a.m. and like gashed the top of my foot open. I should probably get stitches, but I don't want to go to the doctor. So I use those like the little like butterfly bandages that come in the first aid kits. Just rub some dirt on it. Okay. I get where it's kind of like the like that what that other guy was telling me about the hot drinks. Is like what's that gonna do for my digestion though? Drink some tea. If I knew it was behind Pigeon Whale, I'd probably upgrade stuff. Pigeon Whale is not about the perks besides shitting on the pores. I have a friend who's a chemical engineer. He used to work at BMW. Now at MTU Aero Engines. His net salary is 4,000 euros a month. I mean, I don't know what you want me to... That's garbage. Why are European engineers getting paid so little money? If using dirt for wound care, make sure there's no poison ivy oil in it. Put more topsoil in my yard a few weeks back, and now my arms and legs have poison ivy rash. Ah, that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. I need to refill a couple ports. If you know anyone looking for a good freight broker that will dump all the profits into SPX 12,000s, let me know. Will do. Next time I get assigned on commodities contracts, I'll hit you up. Jake, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude. American engineer salaries aren't what they used to be either. However, I do say that as an entry level. I mean, I have some friends that are engineers. They do pretty well. Like 150 plus. They don't have to spend as much? I don't know. Yeah, I guess you get a lot better work-life balance. And socialized medicine's a big one. I'm a software engineer with 4 years experience and 2-year technical degree, taking home 11K gross. Software greater than civil engineering. I assume you meant to write a number that wasn't 11,000. And I have a buddy who's like actually I'm not sure what kind of engineer he is. He works for like a defense contractor, but he makes like 250K or something. Ballistics engineer, maybe? I think he meant 11K monthly gross. Oh, okay. Man, does Germany just have the perfect economy or something? You couldn't even afford a apartment in New York with 35K a year. You couldn't afford to live in a room. I used to work like when I was in college, I worked like two jobs and I got loans. And it was still like I was still just like racking up a little debt on credit cards every month. And it's only gotten more expensive since then, like a lot more. Hey, don't knock the hot dog carts. All right. Those guys make a shitload of money. They also make cash, so they don't report a lot of their income. You mean what dog? I got in a conversation with one of the guys in Central Park, and he said he did like 6,000 a day, just selling fucking hot dogs and pretzels and $3 waters to people. Is it a glizzy cartel? I don't know. I mean, the fucking margins are insane, right? You're going to Costco and buying fucking hot dogs for like you're getting like 50 for like $10, and then you're selling them at 300% markup. It's the license. Yeah, most of them lease them though. They like lease the cart with alongside the license. So they it's like 1,000 a day for their lease, and then they take home the rest. Kind of the way like taxis used to work. Yeah, some different parts of the city have different licensing costs, and then like when they rent the car, it's different leases, right? And then there's also like winter where they don't make as much money because no one wants to fucking go outside. I wonder what the right choice is here. This looks weak. VIX crush incoming? I mean, I'm kind of hoping so. Otherwise, I just gotta neutralize all of this positioning. Because it's not gonna make any money today. Oh, I already did close one for 80% though, right? So, oh, maybe it's not so bad. Hold on. What do I have right now? I have 2, 525, 540, 525, 540 with cost basis 515, 120. Okay. So I'm pretty profitable. Mm, above 25 into the end of the day. Ideally 530 close. If I wanted to neutralize that, I would sell 5,000, buy 525. Mm. Mm. But that's still kind of garbage. I'm still thinking about it. I'm not sure yet. Oh, sorry. This isn't the range to do it in. If I'm going to do it, but ideally we get another test of 45.25. Then I can neutralize it, or if it keeps moving up, I can lock in profits. Are they selling calls here? Um, it's a good question. I'm not sure. Volume's kind of dry across the board. I think the biggest problem is ES looks like dog shit here. Right? Like this doesn't look good. A second rejection now. Today, right? And then the third since last night of the 45.50. Why VIX crush though? I mean that could, so it could be either one, right? It could be that they're selling calls, maybe later farther dated ones. I'm only watching volume on the 0 DTEs, right? So if they're selling farther dated calls, it's possible. Are there a lot of sold puts between here and 44.50? 44.75? Yeah, VIX dropping's not necessarily bullish. I don't like SPX today, or most days. Fair enough. Spot SPY 915 470C. You guys can thank me later. Nice. I'm back and nothing exciting has happened. Nope. Wall fell off from resistance nicely. Mind taking a look? Do you think below 39 end of day? Let's see. Well, it's finding support here at the 39.50. You might get another breakdown. Watch for the bounce though. I mean, I don't know how wide you can set your stop here, but you probably want one in case it does. 39.50 has been support in the past. I still haven't entered my calls, and I'm thinking about it soon. Yeah. On what? Oh, what, on SPX? I think we'll pump end of day with cheap calls, or is momentum stacking for a sell-off? It's looking less and less good on the call side, but the downside doesn't look particularly strong either. Is this still the AI theme? Mostly red, except mega caps. Some of the mega caps are red too. Nvidia had an okay day today. AMD, Amazon's doing all right. Google's up like a little bit. Tesla's up a little bit. Actually, Tesla's doing a little bit better now. Microsoft's doing okay. Netflix is down. So kind of an even distribution between the mega caps. Like QQQ's up like 50 BPS, and it's definitely outperforming everything else. Dow's doing pretty well today too, though. 0.26. So fucking close. Just break up. Running out of theta on that one. Hmm. No, I'm not showing up for golf tomorrow. Can you let us know if ES makes a lower low? Yeah, it's getting close. Your thoughts on the bank stock movements today after their earnings? BAC, CMS, etc. all had big downs after pump and PM due to options sell off or more downs to come for next bank lot of earnings. Um, they could be. They'll probably be fairly similar. Bank of America and Morgan Stanley have a little bit more exposure, though. They haven't been performing quite as well, so they may not be. They may not do as well as like JPM, Wells Fargo. They'll probably be closer to like State Street, BlackRock. Is Meta GM still at 310-ish? Oop. It's at 315.56. Any thoughts on Netflix dumps? Still see 420 in August. I mean, the rejection here on the retest of the trend is pretty good, but it's not confirmed yet. So, and I think this time I'm going to give it a little extra confirmation because last time it broke the trend and then bounced. So I'm going to say I'm not going to take anything short on it till at least sub 442.25. Shared your Cryptopia rant with several friends who don't actively trade. Let's just say they want to hear more comedic takes on the market. They're actively watching now. No pressure. I need a lot of caffeine for that. Tesla 0 DTE for the W. Yeah, they played out pretty well today. I agree. MS and BAC are more exposed and will probably miss expectations. Movement today seems more like a correction than option sell off on them. It's probably a little bit of an option sell off. All of them actually had pretty high implied moves going into this morning. I think I posted a. Did I post a chart of the implied moves for the banks? I can't remember. What do your triangles mean on SPX? Fucking nothing. Thanks, Jen. Wouldn't Zom acquisition yesterday be a good thing for them? They're dropping pretty hard. I mean, they're dropping hard today because oil took a dip. But yeah, I mean, I think the acquisition over time is a good thing for them. Immediately, I mean, investors don't like them spending money, right? So I'm sure it'll balance out. I'm not, I think I have like 105s and 110s on Zom. I got stopped out of some of my 110s yesterday, and then I bought some more back. So but I've got till like September on those. We're gonna fill the opening gap from yesterday. That'd be fucking awesome. Nope, high or low on ES. ES found support this time at 45, 42.75. The bulls aren't dead, right? They're just broke, which you'd think they wouldn't be. Right? If this whole pumping thing was such a successful endeavor, they should have all the money in the world, right? And yet it seems like liquidity to the upside's getting more and more stressed, you know. One more push for 45.25 later today. Might not be that much later. That looks pretty good. That doesn't look so good. Call profitability today is still strong. Jesus fucking Christ. SPX is so unbelievably overbought and blown out. Nasdaq's even worse. Would you play the IPO for ARM? I don't play IPOs. I don't like giving my money away. One more push for 45.25 later today. I think I answered that. How tight do you keep your risk on Zom calls? Is it wider for swing trades or tighter? Wider. It's pretty wide, and I'm also selling bull put spreads under 100, so I've got quite a bit of wiggle room there. Can we get like 3 more lines on SPX? Well, the bear flag already broke down, right? How are you not profitable on SPX today? I think overall I am. Just on the straddle alone, I'm still profitable. The bear spreads are out of the money, or the bull spreads. I made money on a bear spread earlier, but that's not currently open. So the open P&L is only for open positions, and then I have like a end of the month bear spread, which is it's not really bleeding a lot, but it's bleeding a little. Where am I not profitable? I mean under 45.20, I'm unprofitable. And it starts to get better above 45.20 and a lot better above 45.25. Ideally what I want here is to either I mean the goal here is to either break even at 45.25 or we get a more serious pump into the end of the day and then, I can lock in the profits to the upside. So either I lock in break even at 45.25 or I lock in profits in the higher range. We'll see what happens. Is there something like a technical limit at which the SPX just has to come correct down? I mean, I think gamma max, honestly. But very little confirmation of that. Theoretically, that really shouldn't be able to go much higher. This whole week has just been gap ups and nothing happens during the day. Yeah, well, that's not true. Some of the intraday moves have been pretty good. But I've definitely done better on straddles this week than intraday trading. Has there ever been an IPO you were excited about? No, I don't think so. IPOs are just a way for rich people that bought in early to dump their bags on people who didn't have the advantage. How do you determine what price is stable post IPO? Wait. What was the science on Tesla today? Oh, Charm and Dealer Gamma exploded at the end of the day yesterday, which means people are buying shitloads of out of the money zero DTEs, like calls, right? And so I knew there wasn't a lot of short call interest up to 280. After 280, short calls got a little heavier, but there was plenty of room for the move up. It moved up a little bit in after hours, and then I caught the move from open to 280, which wasn't bad. I could have made more if I stayed in it, but I don't want to risk it because I know all of the positions really short dated. I might try to fade the top later in the day if the weeklies start to break down. Could you let me know the next resistance you have on Tesla? 292. There's another one actually. Hold on, I gotta zoom out. 288.50. There's also a little bit at 284. So 284, 288.50. Do you actually have some sort of Tesla Nvidia 0 DTE DD that I missed? I have no idea what you're talking about. I got lucky and grabbed 280C and 285 in Tesla at 1035 or 1053. Oh, nice. SLD starts next Wednesday. Yep. Hmm. This midday price on Nvidia is really attractive. Okay, answer this one. You either have to eat a pastrami sandwich for lunch every day for a year, or eat 306 eat the 365 pastrami sandwiches in 6 months. What do I get out of this? Can I mix it up? Is it just straight pastrami every day, or can like it be like a Reuben, like a pastrami Reuben one day, and then maybe I need more information. They're free? Yeah, but there's got to be there's got to be some kind of reward attached to that. I'm not going to eat that fucking shit every day for a year. That's disgusting. No additional meats? That's fine. I don't want additional meat. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do either one. That's You can eat two a day for 6 months. I can't eat two pastrami sandwiches in a day. I'd rather drink a bottle of whiskey with no food in my stomach and then immediately go to sleep than eat two pastrami sandwiches a day. They're sliders? Oh, that's totally different. I mean, if they're just sliders, I'll eat like all. But I still need a reward. Otherwise, why am I doing this? Would you rather die horribly or die horribly some other way? No, they're whole sandwiches. Do I get like $1 million or something at the end of it? Like pastrami's good, maybe like once every 6 months. The reward is that you don't let Larry drain your ports. I can make it back. Whatever. I don't want a million. If I wanted a million subscribers, I'd be fucking nice to people. You know how aggravating it was when we had like 1,500 people watching this shit every day? Do you know how many DMs I got at every hour of the day? 1 million dillionaires. You know you can't be nice to people. I I'm pretty nice to people. I'm a lot nicer to people than I should be. Joey Chestnuts ate 32 Big Macs in 37 minutes the other day. 18K calories and 15 pounds of food. That guy'd probably fucking handle the challenge really well. It's a hypothetical. I hate hypotheticals. I don't want to pick either one. They're disgusting. Why did you kick my dog and give away military secret documents to the English then? I don't know. Dog got in the way of me giving away the documents. Early Gherk was scary nice in comparison. No, I wasn't. For like 5 days, maybe. I didn't spend a lot of time on social media and I didn't realize how awful it was. Like, I didn't like it, and then I found out why over a longer period of time. What else are you doing on Friday at 1? We're all trying to avoid work. Well, I'm sure as fuck not eating 365 pastrami sandwiches, BMG. Would you rather deal with hypotheticals all day, every day, or have Stefan by Pontiff? Hypotheticals. Definitely hypotheticals. Not nearly as cantankerous as you are now. Yeah, but that's because I've had almost two years of dealing with some of the stupidest fucking people on earth constantly badgering me about shit. You'd be cantankerous too. The first year really was the worst. It's gotten actually better since then. Ever since Superstonk kind of went away a bit, they're still there. They linger and dive in every once in a while, but it's probably not even good for my mental health. I don't know. I didn't really consider that. Would you rather tell us about how to purchase the new zero D? There's no zero DTE membership. I don't know what you're talking about. That's not a thing. What's sad is that these are probably some of the smartest people the Earth has to offer, and that's fucking scary. I like most of the people that are left. That's why I haven't banned any of them or gotten rid of them, right? Like you guys are chill. I just don't fucking I don't the new people, they're the worst. Here's the problem. Everyone wants to come in here and just get like spoon-fed plays because they're stupid to fucking find them themselves. Which is fine. But then if you fucking like mismanage it and lose money, don't fucking blame me. I don't want to listen to it. I heard on the radio this morning that with the strike in Hollywood, there's a potential for YouTube stars to get big money because of their new content. Are you interested? So like, oh, what are those called? What are the people that come in when like a strike happens? This is it. My value is gonna skyrocket. Scabs. Yeah, it can be like I could be a scab or a ringer. This is awesome. I'm totally gonna do it. Who wants to be my agent? I heard on the radio this morning with the strike in Hollywood. Don't forget about the constant need for "Hey, am I right?" questions. I'm guilty of that. I don't mind that, but here's the thing: is like I wanted people to try to learn, right? I didn't want this to just become some thing where I spoon feed people plays and like what is that? That's the opposite of what I wanted here, right? And so people who with that expectation, I really don't like them. Like I fucking owe them something, right? I don't. Let me make that really clear. If you're still here and you think I owe you something, you're out of your fucking mind. And the number of insane plays that I've given away to everyone is I mean it's at this point I couldn't even fucking count them all. If we're still here, we're out of our minds. That's possible. Ryan Cohen still owes us forward guidance. That's true. What's going on, Amused? How are you doing? I'm still here and I owe you a dick pic. Probably. Claims to want people to learn. School of Stock channel dead. You've been here every day with me for 2 fucking years. What was School of Stock going to provide you that you haven't already gotten? Whose questions have I not answered? No matter how ridiculously awful they are. How to comprehend an options calculator. Just slide the little thing at the bottom. You know how I said I was set up on GME so the market maker couldn't win? I was wrong. God, they're so annoying. Also, you owe me $5. For what? You owe me an answer to the hypothetical as well as 942 for all those Dan jobs I gave you back in the day on credit. Oh, what's my overnight balance? You owe me an apology for recommending Nvidia puts. I don't ever recommend anything. I either say this looks good or this looks bad, and I usually weigh everything I say with the alternate outcome. I don't think I've ever said buy this it'll make you rich. What is risk management? I've kindly asked your full name, address, and social security number, and you ignore me. I'm still hurt, and I wake up in a sweat at night. No, you clearly said play this binary event in one direction. No. Refund of the membership right before you banned me. I won't ban you again. When did you start this one? Like a couple days ago? No, you haven't, but if you could drum up something I could buy that would make me rich, that would be super helpful. You mean like BTU the first time it was at 18? Campbell's Soup when it was at like 20, 25 or whatever it was, 32? Halliburton, HBM, Schwab, Dole. Oxy. You mean all of those? I can keep going. There's more. Upstart at 12.50, 15 and 20. Schwab wasn't a secret. Caterpillar. Bobby, well, Bobby was kind of all over the place, but yeah, Bobby. Spurt. Yeah, Spurt was fun. Fubo a couple times. Although nobody fucking knew how to trade when Spurt was a thing. The first set of Nvidia puts? Yeah. And then the subsequent calls were pretty good too. Has it SRUF? DDS? Well, that was a secret DD. I mean, how many times? I was very timely with Freg's Day. If only everybody had just sold on Friday. You know, since October, straddles have returned like an on average of 13% a day. Visa? Yeah, there's been a lot of good Visa plays. There's been good Home Depot play. I mean, that's like option stuff, yeah, but I'm just talking about like long-term holds. I know you're not complaining, Jen. One-way plays have returned negative 89% on average. You must admit, though, the original timing on Upstart was terrible. It was at 20. And the plan was to, like, buy in and consistently average down over time. Obviously, with the share buyback, it didn't seem like they were going to short it to 12, but they did. I would say that the time that it spent at low prices was very little, but yeah, I mean, the first time I started looking into Upstart was what? It was like right at the end of August or beginning of September 2022. And the plan at that point was just to buy under 20, right? $20 CSPs. That was the other part of Upstart that kind of fucked people is the put skew was like 3x. And I was selling CSPs and people were buying shares because they didn't read the fucking DD. They just heard me talk about it on stream and started buying it. But my initial cost basis on Upstart was like 18, right? And I projected a low of like 15. And it slipped below that a couple times, but all of those were just insane buying opportunities. Do you have another play in mind like Upstart? Upstart's kind of unique, but not right now. The fucking market's like ridiculously overbought right now. Oh fuck, AMD just got rugged hard. Hmm. Nvidia too? Just fucking no. Why aren't the positions moving? Okay. Well. Hmm. I don't think I like that. Does this drop the data that came in today? No, I don't think so. That's a lower low on ES. I don't have a choice. Are we dumping now? It doesn't look good. Put interest is starting to increase at 44.95 and 44.90. And put volume at 4,500 is quite high. Never doubt the V, but the V failed. The V failed and calls are selling off. So the call positions did not like the lower low on ES. I don't think the MM wants to be anywhere near here. Max Payne today is at like it's way the fuck out of the money. 1 second. Yeah. Max Payne today is at 44.25. 1 second. I'll be right back. Yeah, we're not seeing 44.25. Is BTU still a buy now? It looks undervalued, but I'm unsure of its potential growth over 25. Well, I'm 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 pr- I'm pretty confident in it moving over 25. They have a buyback on the table that's over a third of their current total market cap. Um, it's got a little dividend so far, although that's expected to increase over time. And China's QE and India's increased move towards industrialization are both going to put a larger demand on coal over the next 2 years. Also, Germany converted um, a few of its electric facilities back to coal, or is in the process of doing that in order to reduce their reliance on natural gas. So I think its potential is good. I think they're very stable, if nothing else, right? I don't care what BTU's earnings are this month. I mean, I don't expect them to be bad. I don't see why they would have bad earnings. Coal prices are down a little bit. They might be slightly worse than like the prior earnings, but I mean, I think any resolution to the logistic demands of the Australian facility that has come to pass over the last 3 months could easily offset the small reduction in coal price. Fubo CTB up to 12%. Ooh, interesting. Hmm. Yeah, I don't think this move back up's giving them a lot of stability just yet. Hmm. Are we gonna see call capitulation in the lower range here? Put volume's still increasing, but volume overall is down. Tested just under 50, 45.40. That was 45.42. Sell volume there is quite high. Hmm. Is that NASDAQ? NASDAQ's getting fucking hammered. And NASDAQ got rejected way harder than ES did. But oil's still going down, so interesting. Alright, so this broke down. We can get rid of that. We can keep this. That's expanding. That seems pretty consistent. That's, I mean, pretty bearish. But volatility is not going up, so help me become independent. I'm reading options as a strategic investment, which is great, but I don't know how to find the underlying opportunities on my own. Any advice on how to analyze companies? Well, I mean, if you're looking for trades, you don't really need to do any like fundamental analysis. I mean, it helps, but you can just stick with things that are relatively safe, right? Like blue chips. Um, I mean, you need to understand fundamental analysis because you need to understand where participants in the market are going to buy and sell the underlying, and so understanding its relative value is important for that. But I mean, there's other books I recommend besides Options as a Strategic Investment. Had a meeting, missed the downside. You're still expecting SPX to go back up and retest 45.25 levels today, or just not enough volume? It doesn't look as good because they're starting to sell their calls. They sold a bunch of them got stopped out on the drop here. So I don't know if they're gonna like rebuild those positions. They could, but if this fails again, it's starting to look really bad. I wish I could find out who's shorting Zom. They've been doing the same thing over and over all year. I mean, oil's been getting shorted most of this year, right? Could you see us ending sub 4,500 today? Seems like that would be well defended. I mean, we could. There's a lot of sold calls still at 4,500. And there's still some at 45.05. They didn't all get squeezed out yesterday or this morning. Some of them did, but not all of them. Better odds, Upstart to 100 by end of year. Upstart back to 20 by end of September. Hmm. Both of those have shit odds. Why wouldn't you target something more moderate? I mean, Upstart to 20 is better, but it's still awful. Upstart only needs to drop 50% to get back to 20. It needs to go up 100%, more than 100% to get to 100, right? Can we slip down to the 4490s before they bounce it back above 4,500? We could slip lower than that, potentially. Scaling into positions has been most helpful for me. That's usually pretty good to do. Trina, I'd be nice to people. Thanks for making me laugh. They're far in between right now. But I'm I am nice to people. My target is Upstart to 100 by the end of next year, but I want to shorten the time frame to see how bullish you are. Way less fucking bullish than you. Is it safe to infer that with Fubo's Costabro now at 12%, they were probably due for some downs? I mean, it infers that retail is shorting it. Should Upstart suffer more with rate hikes? Yeah, it's not good for them. They won't suffer as much as before because now they aren't going to be taking those loans onto their balance sheet, but it's still not good for them. Thank you, Trina. 2 p.m. Friday dump. Maybe we'll see what happens here. This level is pretty important. If we get too close to 4,500, we're gonna get probably pulled down a bit. We're so fucking far from like fast gamma and gamma neutral that really I mean it's just charm at this point, and the charm on the zero DTs is breaking down, as is just the overall positioning, right? So I still don't see a lot of closing of. Let me double check 1 second. Actually, I want to see. Like if I start seeing like 721 in the money calls closing, that might change things. I'm just basing my assumptions on the housing market dipping. They're not a mortgage provider, really. Not yet. They're getting into that, but they're still pretty far off. Like their current amount of loan origination for mortgages is like almost non-existent. I was told stocks only go up. Are you suggesting this market was somehow overbought? It's been overbought for a while. But fluctuating from overbought to extremely overbought back and forth isn't, the market moderating at any point. Out the money put debit spreads for 2 weeks into the future. I have those. Yeah. I have like 45 45 144 50s, and then I have 4475, 4425. I also have puts. If we see 5,000 today, that'd be awesome because I can close the other side of my straddle. What are the shadow bans for? It's just a joke. There's no shadow bans. I mean, there are, but like there's no way of understanding how they work. Can you believe we're only 7% from all-time high? We're only 6% from March's low. I know, but the mortgages aren't the issue. It's the fact that once someone has a mortgage, banks and lending companies become more inclined to give out more loans. Yeah, but I mean the implied effect of the current monetary policy is that credit is going to tighten, right? It hasn't really, which is kind of an oddity, right? But that's mostly because banks still need to lend money. There's too much money. But at some point, they are going to tighten, which is going to, reduce business for Upstart quite a bit. Can Upstart and Carvana dump now, please? Still employed. I wouldn't play puts on either one of them. Like 18% from March is low. What the fuck was I looking at? I measured something and then deleted it, but now I don't know what date it was. Maybe it was the dip in May, or like the FRC failure. No. I have 6% from the high. Sorry, I measured it backwards on the chart. I was looking at something else. Why did NVIDIA get murdered? Call sellers. It's implying that credit can tighten in today's society. I don't think it can anymore. Precedent is that banks will be forgiven, so in tightening credit lines when there aren't repercussions. But even if they're forgiven, there'll be a significant period of tightening. Can you elaborate on there's too much money? We made a lot of fucking money. And it's sloshing around in the system and picking up velocity. I mean, it's really simple. Like either the credit market tightens or it crashes. So it really doesn't matter if you think that they can tighten anymore. That it forces itself. It's like self actualizing, right? I just came outside of meetings the last hour or two. How does position look for the rest of the day? Weaker to the upside, but they could reposition. And not stronger to the downside, but still interest in the downside. Got it? So just to the right? Yeah, for now, till something shifts harder. Vol's getting weird. Dixie's still up a little bit today. The 2 year is recovering really, really fast. It's up 2.2%. Never forget the most important thing is VIX continues to approach zero. You missed my chat? I did not. I read it. Twice. Hello, Trina. I'm out of all my SPY SPX positions as I'm going boating next week. Oh, fun. Open some positions in my name while I'm gone. That's not how this works. My cat just ate a pincher bug? Is that bad? Like an earwig? Was it like a beetle with big mandibles? Yeah, that could be bad. If it crashes, then the federal government props it back up. With what? The federal government can't even prop themselves up right now. But then you just create more of the same problem, Nexus. There's the money printer going burr is not a solution to what he's describing. It's not even a temporary solution to that. Money printer go burr solves all problems. I wish the SPX would go burr, literally in either direction at this point. Just a casual close right above 45.15. Yeah, that's possible. Hmm. The whole day thus far has been a bull pennant. We're breaking out now. What time frame do you think this is a bull pennant on? 5 minute? I don't think we had a volumetric move up sufficient to call any of this a bull pennant. Also, moving up into what? Everyone's fucking selling their out of the money calls. I'm gonna rip to 45.40 at close. I hope so. Are any of the Mag 7 not trading at ridiculous PE multiples? No. Microsoft is kind of moderate. Money doesn't exist, and we can just borrow more money, get into more debt, and when we're gonna ask for it back, the US just says something like, do something about it, and then they don't. I fully agree with that, but there's still repercussions for that. One of them would be credit tightening. Relative to their financials, yeah, Amazon's in a good spot. I really don't know if, like, they're not entirely tech, though, right? That's their exposure is a bit broader than that. Although AWS does make up a significant amount of their earnings. These bulls are the sneaky ones. Hmm. So wait, if I build a sufficiently strong military, I don't have to pay people? Hedging. That's why all the monies go there. Yeah. But this has nothing to do with your bull thesis on Upstart, BMG. You've gone like now you're into like foreign policy and sovereign debt issues. Which I think is just way the fuck out of the scope of whether Upstart makes money over the next 2 years or not. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate some good tinfoil, but that has nothing to fucking do with Upstart. Maybe we'll just start taxing rich people. That'd be cool. Which have to deal with US economic strength, quantitative easing, and power of banks in the US. We're not going to get any quantitative easing for like 2 more years. We're not going to upset the standard of 2% inflation. We're going to move back to 2% inflation one way or another. And moving back to that will mean credit tightening. Credit's already starting to tighten. Yeah, but you're talking about like a way longer time frame than the next year, year and a half. I mean, we're looking at like conditions which imply that we're going to see probably one more surge in inflation. Yeah, 5 years fine. 5 years I could agree with. But will Upstart be the best in 5 years? Will better AI be developed to do what they already do, and better metrics developed, right? That's a lot of time for their competition who are way better capitalized to invest some money into beating their performance, right? Without a global conflict, which would accelerate the time frame significantly. Yeah, but it'd also knock Upstart down to like fucking nothing for like a year. Then yeah, Upstart would benefit greatly from the like follow up economic growth, but initially it'd be very bearish. Well, I'll be dead at the paws of robot dogs in 5 years. Okay, so now what? Well, we see if more call positioning sells off on weakness here. And if it does, then maybe we can move down to like 4,500. If it doesn't, then we just stagnate again. Puts or calls? Condors? Stand back. Oh, about to buy a bird. What are your thoughts on next week? I don't know. Maybe we actually get like a bearish breakdown. As you know, it's impossible to speak on U.S. economic strength and credit without discussing U.S. foreign policy, given the state of the U.S. economy and the world economy. They're all pretty shitty right now. I mean, if foreign credit standards tighten, U.S. credit standards are going to tighten as well, too. Which I don't think you're factoring into that assessment. Monday, Tuesday is traditionally pre-SLD pump days before pumping higher with OPEX coming up. Yeah, generally. But there's also usually like some positioning by the end of today for that pump. This doesn't look quite as good. It can show up though when you least expect it. Hmm. Oh, I like that. That protect me from... Ooh. I'm trying to do something here. I gotta put all this garbage together, though, and then figure it out. $490, 4,500, 117, 312. Okay. Four of those. I don't know, four of these. One second, I'm just working on something here. Hopefully this just breaks up and I don't have to think about it, but... Machiavellian principles still hold value in today's world in this scenario. It's better to be feared than loved. Yes, like we like to be loved, but we love to be feared, and everyone still fears the U.S. I mean, outside of Western societies, that might be true. But the value extraction, I mean, like, we're not gonna like go to war with Europe or something, right? We're gonna stay moderately in line with their banking principles due to the treaties that we've signed with them. Right? I mean, we're already in the process of enacting Basel III, right? Which is going to increase capital allocations, liquid capital allocations on banks over the next 2 years. So that's tightening that we've already agreed to per international accord. We're not gonna give up that tightening and create, division between us and the other largest economies in the world for, the sake of pumping out some more loans over a 2-year period. I've been trading IWM for the last 2 weeks and can say it does not whip around as much as SPY. Its trends tend to be better. But it's definitely more volatile than SPX. We might get a proper SLD sell-off. I mean, I don't know if we will or not. Oh, I only have one of those? Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Hold on. Okay. For fortunate. What are these? These are... That's 117, 312. And this is 425, 160. 60. 25. Hmm. Ooh, that failed. One, 135. This isn't nearly as bad as I thought it was. Okay, and then I have 525 calls, 515. Thirty calls. These are all okay. 530. Okay. Move. Don't have that. Oops. What did I fucking... Oh, motherfucker. Oh. Still flat. Bear flag forming. This is... sure. Yeah. Another one. I'm sort of ripe for a 0 GTE put play here on the lower high. Yeah, I mean, if it's getting rejected, then fading the top's not bad because most of the call interest is 0 GTE right now. Some of it's for next week, but not as much. So you get the charm fallout. Gork, thoughts on call credit spreads on a stock you already own shares on? Would you just sell CCs instead? What's a stock you already own shares on? You could do both. We would 100%, 1000% of it, keeping stability in the U.S. economy while allowing the U.S. consumer to thrive. Then why haven't we started a war in every other recession with another major economy? Proxy wars and sure. Drive the military-industrial complex and try to promote growth, but absolutely not. Not in order to facilitate slightly looser credit conditions. You're really going to like a massive extreme here. In order to support a case for credit conditioning staying loose over the next 2 years, and they simply won't. The policy to tighten credit conditions has already been put into effect. We have weakened the American consumer in the past. We will again. We currently are. What? Hold on. I need to... I'll move this over here so I can fuck with this on this screen. Okay. Okay, I have these. They're $1.35. Two. This adds 3.12. This adds 1.17. So 32.49. So then I can add buy call. No. Remove. Sell put. Sell call. Okay. And then buy call. 20. Buy put. 10. Hmm. Fucking goddamn it. The battle for 45.15 is real. Yeah, it's kind of bullshit. Next Gex is 14.2, and the gas pedal ain't working. Okay. After owning it for a month, my final verdict on Diablo is disappointing. Yeah, apparently they're adding some more shit with the new season. Policy changes depending on the global landscape, but some of it's like locked in. It's already occurred. There's no reversing it without major economic fallout. Drop off in volume can imply less confident bulls. Paper hands are being shaken off. They've been being shaken off all day. The fucking OI at Zero DTE 525 calls has dropped off massively. This actual piece of shit. Okay. How much are those fucking things? 425. Alright. There we go. So I got a $20 spread here I need to cover. So I would sell a put. Sell a put. Sell a call. Three. And buy call. F20. Buy put. 510. 3. It doesn't really improve things much. Reduces the total debit, but it's kind of shit. Hmm. Okay, that's a little better. Can the market just close right now? Okay, thanks. Bye. I wish. Yeah, this is unbearable. It's like a little bit better, but not much. It feels like it's early for them, but for 45.25C don't feel like a terrible idea. Yeah, it's just kind of shit. I'm not really even sure 45.25s are that great. Like they're better on further expirations, and the zero DT interest in them is fucking terrible. It's not even really improving very much. 45.20 is getting a little bit better. Maybe that'll matter. Puts are possibly getting a little less confident here. Hmm. Fucking Christ. Do you think the pumpers hit their goal and now just keep the market flat forever? I mean, flat until they've taken profits. You said they'll stop when the strategy is no longer profitable. Well, that's diminishing. I don't understand how it stayed profitable this long, or are they forced to do this? I mean, they need to get the Vega exposure off the chain, right? If they can find stability at a level, like here, for long enough, they can start to reduce that exposure and eliminate their tail risk. Provided nothing bad happens. Do you use a puck screen for your espresso? I have. You know, I don't like it that much. Why don't I like it that much? It's kind of messy. It gets like clogged with grounds. That's mostly it. It's more of like an inconvenience. Adds a lot of time. Doesn't really, I really don't think there's that much of a change. Like, usually my espresso is pretty well dialed in anyway, so I don't get a lot of like channeling, which is what it helps prevent, right? And I have like a good screen inside like the group head already. So it kind of seems like doubling down on something that I don't really need to. 45.30 ridiculous, but this market's a joke. Yeah, it is. So I go 20, 35. Hmm. So that leaves me plus 55. Hmm. It's 20 and 20. It'd be so much better if I can sell these at 45.20. If you have a good screen, you don't need one then? Okay. Are you stock fluff guy or a paper clipper? What? Why is cat being sneaky? It's a good question. It's trying, right? I have 255s on it, but they're still kind of dead to theta. It needs to move up like another dollar for me to make any money. Oh fuck yeah. Hold on. That was a big dump. Ha! I don't have to build this stupid fucking thing. Perfect. No, just keep going down, you piece of shit. Rejected right into the hands of more buyers. I wish I had like 100K in this account and I could just sell like 500 butterflies right now. It's today Max Payne day. Max Payne's at 4 fucking like 440 44.25. Seems how long did it take for your WeBull account to be switched to margin? I think it took like 12 or 13 business days. Yeah, it does take time. Maybe we actually just get some fucking capitulation and this fucking thing ends. I don't care who capitulates, just someone. Jesus fucking Christ, this is boring as hell. Yeah. We retested 45.50. Sell off for a change. Nasdaq's actually selling off here. Fuck, fading the top on the video was awesome. I should have done that. I even said that it would be awesome, and then I didn't fucking take the trade. I'm not an entomologist or an ornithologist. How do I trade? Uh, um, herpetologist? I win either way, just not here. Yeah, same. I mean, I could win here, but it's going to be costly to make it happen. And probably more risk than it's worth. Can you explain why GM is so hard to get over? Is it because people taking profits or MM stepping in or both? Both. It's, I mean, it's an index driven or an options driven index, right? So Gamma Max is like, there's not a lot above that. Nvidia's Gamma still looks good, but I was checking a few other stocks and they're about to fall off a cliff. TGT, Carvana, Coin, AI. Yeah, but none of those have like influential market caps, right? Carvana looks really bad. I didn't look at AI last night. Coin, I don't want to fuck with it because Bitcoin's just too volatile. And gold's still on the move. Shit's weird there. Like Bitcoin could just bounce off 30 again, right? I mean, like on a regular stock, Gamma Max isn't a hard cap. It's a huge resistance, but it's not a hard cap, right? Because, you know, the underlying can just continue to be bought. More and more out of the money calls can come in really, really rapidly. And it can drive up. But on an index, Gamma Max kind of seems like it shouldn't theoretically be able to go a lot higher than that. Without just immediately pulling back. Do you ever think about oh, how many of the day one listeners that used to be in here every day, but just left randomly to never return? Not really. I mean, there's so many people. I can't remember them all. I remember some, but it's a lot of people. There were people that left where I knew why they left. They like told me about it. Some were forced to walk the plank. I mean, yeah, people have blown up ports. People have just blown up in general. That happened to one guy. There was that was crazy. There, I mean, yeah, people have died. It's it's kind of nuts, actually. There's a few people that have just like made money and like they were like, that's what I wanted to do and left. Yeah, one dude. I'm not gonna like put his name out there or anything, but one guy passed away uh, due to a liquid natural gas incident with like with like a piece of like construction equipment. Yeah, his wife DM'd me and was like, I just wanted to let you know like he's not going to be around any longer because he had this horrific workplace accident. And I was like, oh fuck. I'm still here. What's up, Warren Buffett's Egg McMuffin? You'll never go anywhere because you're immortal. Have you ever wondered how different your life would be had what's his name never stopped streaming? I think there was a point there when people were like, "Hey man, could you like stream this day and like show us what's going on with this?" Where I could have just been like, "No, fuck that." That was probably the correct decision. Oh well. Was it Frag? No, it wasn't Frag. I don't know if it was. I don't know what's going on with Frag. Cause fine as far as I know. Still crazy, but fine. I don't know what the fuck happened to Moonwin. I mean, I know why he left. Or was, you know, well, yeah, why he left, let's say. Um, but I'm not entirely sure he ever actually did. Those two cow charts do look oddly similar. Looks like you're killing it, Bipolar Bear. Is NVIDIA gonna give us the break we deserve? Nope. I read the daily DD from day one, but I didn't watch the stream till the perm. I thought Gherkin was a Dutch name and would just be spitballing like the super stonk YouTube. There was a fundamental disagreement there. I didn't want to do stupid things with my GameStop shares. How many left because they didn't know they could manscape at work? At least a few. I just remembered what's his name's name. It was Warden Elite, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Warden. I miss Popcorn Trader. Rip in peace. He's here. He's literally right there. He's asking me about his NVIDIA 180p's. You don't have to worry about them going in the money right now. So that should be a weight off your mind. I came here after Uncle Bruce and Warden. Is your drink cup called Reduce? I'm at Costco and I'm looking to get one. This? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, this thing. Yeah, it is. It says Reduce on the side of it. It's like a big fucking blue mug. I actually love this thing. I still have the giant canteen. Did you watch any of Roaring Kitty streams when they were still current? Yeah, a couple. Gurk picked up sponsors, clearly. Well, I had to, because people kept paper handing their Pigeon Whale memberships, you know? You thinking about buying a big boat? A boat? Boat big... No. Why would I buy a fucking boat? What am I going to do with it? Like a dinghy? Carl's still around. He's got a new job. It keeps him busy, but he's around. I'm diamond handing spreads into close. Toe ring boys. Just be honest, you can't close them. it's not by choice. Do you think Sanjeet will come back if we play the song? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe if we drop below 4,500. I timed that upstart. Carl's CFO now? Yeah. Big leagues. I timed that upstart 0 DT, put entry nicely for once. Any place to look for a bounce? I'm not really watching it. Hold on. As long as it doesn't go above 50 today, I'm happy. Give me a second. 45, literally 45. Yeah, 45 is where you want to look. You aren't boring anymore. Thanks, C-Mill. Well, maybe you're just more interested. Sanjeet wasn't really a kindly Indian man, was he? We'll never know, actually. Han's still around. She's in school right now, but she's still a mod. Maybe you play it to summon him like a snake charmer. Who? Sanjeet? This is getting... Maybe we shouldn't. What happens when you can close a contract due to PDT? Do they auto-close? Do they just get zeroed out? They cash settle. Thanks, Jets fan. You look awesome driving a bass boat. Is that for bass fishing? Or is it... Or is it base? I miss Ugo and McLovin. McLovin was a fucking degenerate. I miss him too. I hope he made money on Upstart after buying thousands of weeklies every week. Although I don't think he did. Ugo, I think is still in the Discord, although I'm not sure. How many of the original mods are still around? I think all of them. I think even Biter's still in the Discord occasionally. I think I pick bad stocks. I have like 40 to 50 of my top prospects on WeBull list, and they're all red. I should probably just get Dillionaire again. Up to you. What'd you end up doing with the SQQQ calls? Oh, those got stopped out forever ago. Those got stopped out when we bounced up. Yeah, I wasn't just gonna carry that shit. It would have like actually done some damage to my port. Those positions were fucking huge. I did actually make some money on the SPXS ones though, so I closed those like 10% up. But the SQQQ ones I lost. It was like 4.5 or 5% on. I can't remember. Bass boats are for lake life, not your thing. Gross. So many regarded people have been in and out of here over the years. Yeah. You know who I really miss? Cock Magic? That guy was a total chad. Cock Magic was insane. Fucking man. That guy burned through so much money so fucking fast on the most degenerate goddamn plays. It was pretty awesome, admittedly, but it wasn't gonna last, right? Warren Buffett's Egg McMuffin. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. You remember that one dude who would get absolutely fried and ask super dumb questions? Oh, fucking, Smooth Gotti Beats? I don't think he left. I think he just changed his name and is pretending to be someone else now. And I think I know who that person is. Shids and Fards was fucking crazy. My activity is variable due to work and just stuff going on in my life, but I think since I started here, there's been There has been one day I didn't catch any stream at all with you to the end. Thank you so much, man. That's awesome. I forgot to remove my membership a while back. I I don't know if I should be insulted that you didn't notice. I had to go to the remedial stream for a while, but now I'm back. Welcome back, Dumb and Dumber Money. Smooth just forgot his password. How many more days until I get good at trading? I don't. Are you? Let me answer me this, popcorn trader. Are you now or in the near future willing to stop buying large quantities of very far out of the money calls and puts with no theta? Play the clip of the legendary Shids and Fards Ko-Fi rant. No, he doesn't need any more recognition than he got. Please play the Sanjeet song. It reminds me of a time when my port was green. Uh, I was inactive for a couple months, but never let my pigeon wheel status lapse because I'm not a paper hands. Nice. Blood in, blood out. Janimal. That's why you keep Dillionaire a small fee. Less likelihood of some people ever canceling it. No? It was supposed to be to not create a barrier to entry. Although what I didn't realize when I created Dillionaire was that people really just wanted a breakdown of like the play by play for an entire like they wanted the entry, the risk, the position, and then like intraday updates across the entire thing, right? And yeah. But if I did that, it'd be like way more money, right? Because that'd be like all my fucking time. Billionaire is a tax write-off. Remember, I'm neither confirming nor denying the ability to write off billionaire on your taxes. Remember Dr. K and how he was a real doctor, but also a crazy person? Dr. K was awesome. Weird, but awesome. When I signed up for Dillionaire, it was just to see the rest of the Discord and get away from the dum dum pores. Hold on, I gotta try to find this Sanjeet song for Thor Muy Bueno. Oh. Hmm. I don't know if I have it anymore. I'm gonna have to dig it up. I miss that guy. This new guy's okay, but the old one had the best locks of long flowing hair, like a stock Jesus. I haven't gotten a haircut in months, first of all. Don't worry, it'll come back. Give me some Chan Chan. Best blood in, blood out line. Thanks, Peach Fuzz. I don't know what that's from. I really hope this just keeps failing. We're kind of hung up on 45.40 right now, but it's looking more bearish. Yeah, kind of levered up for a downside move here. What do I have? Well, I don't have very many of those. I'm not well prepared for under 4,500. I sad now. I broke even on the spread, but did not sell. Sad face. I'm sorry to hear that. What's an aggressive position? They do pay 83 cents a day. I feel like most of the people that have left Dillionaire didn't join Dillionaire because they like wanted to be traders or learn more about the market. I think those people stayed. But I think the people that have left have like came in there to get stock picks, realized I wasn't going to pick stocks and like walk them through it day by day, and then left. Shaven Balls, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, Darth's still around. He sent a video yesterday. He got a new job. Kinder Morgan earnings? No. What's more likely, SPX at 4,500 or 4,525 end of day? 4,500 seems more likely right now. Can you throw out a reminder of what could happen if we break below 4,500? We could move down to like 4,490, and then there's support. So like the put interest doesn't carry us very low. Remember the guy with the cookies hat? He was pretty cool. I'm still him, just more jaded. When I started all this, I was like, this is gonna be so cool. I'm gonna teach people about the markets, and people are gonna make yields every week and money and improve their incomes. And what I ended up with was a very large group of people that were going to YOLO their life savings every week. And so I'm learning to manage that. It's it's been a shift, but we're getting there. People are starting to practice risk management now. Well, the people that are left are. You mean weekly savings? Well, yes. The peak of this channel was when people were chugging bottles of wine to drink the red away from GME, and you can't convince me otherwise. Shit was crazy back then. Peak exuberance, right? Hey Gurk, I'm a dillionaire. Can you tell me if my Fubo $2 cover calls will be safe next week? Um, hmm. How much is it broken down so far? 290? Borrow rates going up. You might need to roll them. You're doing like last in first out though, right? So is that shit that you bought sub $2? In which case, do you care? You might be the reason I'm not homeless and for me getting Medicare. That's awesome. Huh. Cool. That had to be stressful as fuck, knowing people are YOLOing life savings. It still is. It still is stressful as fuck. How easily will being a profitable trader feel once we're back in an actual bull market? I mean, if the people in here are able to survive all of this crazy shit, and probably more crazy shit to come this year, when we hit a true bull market, they'll be fine. We peaked when the shirt came off. I should have sold my fucking GME that day. I really should have. No question. I know you're throwing this entire port build into Tesla puts for earnings, right? Absolutely fucking not. Or when we started doing fanfic of Christine Lagarde and Big Daddy J Pow. Oh, you missed the last economic summit. That hasn't stopped. You might be the reason I become homeless. That's nonsense. Why is RC making in the money GME calls being backwardation 2 weeks out? Uh, if nothing else, you saved a lot of people from SS. Could have saved more. You're the reason I'm depressed yet hopeful. You were depressed and hopeful before you ever met me. You're bipolar. It's literally. I had nothing to do with that. Why is it stressful on you? It's their money, their decisions, and their money. You just provide infotainment. Yeah, but in providing that information, you think that you're providing the information to protect people from losses, and then you ask yourself, are you providing enough of that information, right? If too many people are losing, then have you really done enough? Like it's yeah, I mean it was easier earlier on who gave a shit, right? But you get to know people and you see them lose money and that fucking sucks. It sucks even more if I like make money and they lose money and I'm like, how the fuck did that happen? Not to sound like a giant cornball, but this stream honestly gave me hope for my own financial growth when I felt trapped. It's a big deal. Thank you. Thanks, Jen Jen. Oh man, I did. I wanted to go to Jackson's whole show. The world that goes on there. It's probably crazy. Get all those central bankers in one place. I'm being somewhat responsible. I have a gambling account and an accumulate long-term stocks account, in addition to my retirement accounts and nest egg. Smart. Thanks, LSD. My favorite time is when Dan Colony would and make white like 5 to 6 times a day. That was just in market hours. There's still some Dans around. The emoji reacts have made it to desktop. Are you able to change the emotes available Because please put in a horny face. I don't know. I still can't figure out how to turn them the fuck off. Unemployment just sent me my money they owed me from over 4 years ago. Well, we all know what that means. Have fun, YOLOing it away. I think that's why I like your channel so much. You care about the wellness of people here. You either educate them or give them the shunning, hard lessons required. I mean, I just do that because I think sometimes it gets the message through when it otherwise wouldn't. Sometimes you have to be shockingly direct with people. Something is happening to me. There are 2 tiny protrusions growing out of my back, and I have a growing craving for krill. Am I going to be okay? What? Don't you dare, Visceral. It's unnecessary. I know what you're getting at. 9-9. Oh, you son of a bitch. Wait. Hold on.
I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed. P-dubs, this one's for you. Fours, just shut up and listen.
We haven't demonetized the stream in a long time. Let's go. Wait, which one is this? I might have the wrong version. No, that's the right one. This is the Break Flex remix? It doesn't say that. I'll play the other one after. Who gives a shit?
It's not our fault, I swear to God. We just like chance and hitting pours. It's not our fault, I swear to God. We just like chance and hitting pours. Pigeon and whales are better than you. Pigeon and whales are better. Pigeon and whales are better than you. Pigeon and whales are better.
We are inevitable.
Just stop being so cool.
You heard the song. Stop being poor.
Welcome back, Visceral. Gurk, you're amazing. That's all. Thanks, Gilgamesh. I concur with Jen. Gained enough knowledge to make money. Not a ton more than I started with. Here for 19 months and planning for another 19, despite a wicked fear of commitment. Thanks, Pi-Fi. Thanks, dude. I'll try to be here as long as people need me to be. Maybe. We'll see. Chicken on a raft? Whoa. You calm the fuck down. What the fuck happened to Terran's SoundCloud? How's your small account going? A lot better right now. Holy shit. Nope, I got stopped out. Stopped out a cat. Fuck, man, I should have shorted the shit out into video at the top today. Do you still own the house? Yeah. I need to do something with it. I don't know. I don't want to fucking deal with it, honestly. Somebody wanted to rent it, but I don't want them to know who I am. Play the song again. Hold on, I gotta play the other version.
Alright, look. I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right?
I'll just take it? It's like not a great deal.
Us P-dubs
So,
are a special
welcome to
breed.
Zillionaire, man. Thank you so
P-dubs,
much.
This one's for you.
This is gonna be your song,
Boards.
so... But hit me up on the
Just shut up
Discord
and listen.
after the stream. It seems like it gets more bearish now. We're breaking through yesterday's support. It's a pretty big sell-off, and NQ slipped 15.7, which is probably far more relevant.
We just like chance and hitting pause. It's not
I love that this is 3 minutes long and drives people insane.
we just like chance and hitting pause.
Suck it, Pores. You'll listen to every goddamn word I have to say. This is kind of nuts. Hold on. I gotta look at some position.
Just stop being so bold.
You heard the song. Stop being poor.
AMC is a dud is also a classic, but that's for Christmas. Where's the sea shanty? Chicken on a raft? Oh, the other one. That was... Is that Ben or Yuri? That was for JW. I can't play that without Boof here. Gee, dang, does it bring back some memories? Is hibernation over? Maybe a little bit. Fuck, I'm not gonna get a fill on this. Do I need to chase it? I guess I could just... I guess I just buy one more of these. These are in a risky position too, though. I'll just hold off for a second. Yeah. Bear Song, if we lose SPX 4500? Sure. Remember the Gregorian chant song? I still have that. Is now a good time for 52-minute to expiry NVIDIA puts? I don't know. We'll see how much put profit taking occurs here. We still got an hour till close. Call positioning's really fucking weak at the money, though. And put volume at 4,500 is really high. But if they all snap closed on a bounce here, then we could end up closing higher, right? So it depends on how many hang out, and if the 44.95 and 44.90 puts stay, then we might drag back down some more. Don't you dare play the bear song. You think it's just bulls asking me to play the bear song? If we lose 4,500, we hit a brick wall at 44.75, right? I mean, 4,500 was a far more significant brick wall than 44.75. Can you speak on how you're managing it? What? The spreads? I mean, I set up the spreads to be profitable above like 45.25 or below 505. So I'm not really managing anything here. It's just wherever we close, it's either gonna be profitable or it's not. If we get another breakdown, like a continuation of this, then I'll consider adding. But right now, very risky because they're still likely to close out of the money. Did you finally turn up your gain? No? It should be the same. Play one of the fun songs. You know my gain's been turned all the way up for like a year and a half. Play another fun song. Alright, let's see. What do we got? Which one was this?
Another white cuff point, a stonk stuck in the road. Theta grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you gave Kirk access to your wife.
Oh, that was great. I forgot about that one.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
It is up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. It is up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
Whatever happened to the second Discord for our wives idea? So they would think we're good traders. I mean, if you want it, I'll make it. Hanging out, Cooley. How you doing, man? Gaff was here yesterday. Okay, hear me out. 45:20, end of day. Hear me out. Go fuck yourself. I don't want that to happen. Now this is Pickle Financial Volume 1. I gotta split in a second. Enjoy the market crash, everyone. Thanks, Durek. I'll see you later, dude. Hear me out. SPX to 44.50 end of day. Yeah, I'd actually be okay with that too. But not 44.20. Fuck that. Hear me out. Peener. Nice. My wife saw my paper losses and lost her mind. I had to step away for a bit to tend to that. Otherwise, good times, bro. Be happy you're still single. Paper losses? Why do I get the feeling they weren't so much regular paper, but like real dollars? Is GME still a huge portion of your port? It's a huge portion of my. I mean, not as much anymore because my port's grown, but it's still pretty big. Yeah. I made an obscene amount of money off the market bounce in October. So that kind of skewed things a bit. What are you doing, stupid fucking market? This is because you mentioned the bear song. I played the bull song, though. Does this mean my $30 Upstart cover calls are safe? Do you care if they're safe or not? I have $30 Upstart cover calls. I don't give a shit. Fair enough. Where's Stefan? No idea. Nice, slot machine. Well done, man. You played the bull song, so BlackRock got the message. This is just put capitulation. Alternative theory, you started dating your neighbor and it gave you more money to throw around. She's backing you. No. Nice try, though. Down on both legs of my spy straddle. This is the way. Strangle? No. That generally happens when the day is relatively flat. I don't want to close my 4500 puts cuz I've got some theta on them, but I probably should close them. Is the capitulation capitulating? Well, if we don't hit 4510 here and we break down again, very very possible. Like that would just be another failure of the upside move. So lower high is pretty bearish here. But we're getting closer to close, so maybe just be careful with it. Probably not worth playing because of the risk. How's the BlackRock office reno coming? Do you think you'll have 100% mic gain in there? My mic is fine. You guys can hear me perfectly. It's your insistence on using shitty AirPods. That's the problem. How many seconds of Parmesan cheese do you go for? I'm fairly dialed at 6.5. I just wait until they use the whole brick and then ask them if they could get another. Why would you close a 4500p unless it's 0 DTE? Because I already made money on the call side of the straddle. But honestly, I'm probably just going to open... If we drop again, I'm just going to open 4,500 calls. For like next... well, actually, yeah, probably for next Friday. We'd hear you a lot better if you whispered saucily into the mic. But I'd have to get so close to it, Josh. AirPods via Discord work fine. Via YouTube, you're super quiet. Well, me and Dork tried to fix that one day, and then it created an insane amount of lag. And it sounded like I was dubbed. I think Discord just has better audio. I can hear you fine on my AirPods. Shh. I've got Apple Bear spreads, all right? What's your real name and why is it Phil? It's not Phil. I keep trying to trade futures on my paper trading account. When you buy or sell, you get a single contract. And the options are 100x those contracts, 50. You're so confident that we'll see a 900 BPS drop for SLD? You fucking wish. Adrian, we've been over this and he never acknowledges it. Have you ever run into New York Nico from Instagram? I don't think so. I don't have Instagram, so maybe? You can trade calls and puts on it similar to normal calls and puts. You can also buy a contract and hold it. I can't close anything to Ring Gang. But typically I would close my spreads when they're profitable, which would have been several times today. But unfortunately, PDT is the fucking worst. Oh, what the fuck was that? Scam. When you trade spreads, you typically take profit. Short for Philocites. Trash Dan. What? Philoctides? $300 BPS, get the wife back. 500 BPS, saves my life from the loan shark. 700 BPS, you got yourself a pontiff.
900 buying a hockey team. All right. I'll take that sounds good. I don't think any of those things are going to happen, but I like it. Maybe 300. You might get your wife back. The loan shark, I mean, get him before he gets you. Pontiff, that'd be cool. 900 and I don't know why you'd want a hockey team. That just sounds like more cost and aggravation than it's worth. Why don't I get PDT? I've like 5K and make a good number of trades today. It's weird. Are you not in the US? If you're outside of the US, there's no PDT. Or alternatively, you just have a cash account. Phil not being short for Philip. Doesn't know that you told me your name was Phil Harmonic. No, I didn't. You talking about titties? TDs. Well, yeah, there's some similarities there, I guess. Where does all the extra leverage come from? Like, if I bought one ES and 10 shares of SPY and sold at the same time, I'd make about the same, right? No. So ES is repriced tick by tick. I'm not named Ryan. It's closing at 45.05, isn't it? Probably. Yeah. It really doesn't like me. I don't know. We got like 30 minutes. It seems ridiculous to think we get stuck here for 30 minutes. Let's test the bottom of this trend. How about that? Man, imagine having 4,500 calls today and then holding them until now. How much delta does an ES contract have relative to one share of SPY? I mean, a share doesn't have delta. Well, sure, but it's 100 or 1. Does it change things if the loan shark is maternal in nature? Oh, you're fucked. Closing at 4,500.03 or 49.99.97 because it's the most obnoxious outcome. I think if we slip 4,500, we could close at like 44.95. 44.95 or 44.90. There's actually quite a bit of puts. under 4,500. Are you a pretty frugal person? Well, with everything except options positioning. Nvidia has a wider trading range in dollars today than the SPX. Yeah. Scrambled eggs, but with cornstarch slurry. No? I'm not sure I like that idea. Does Nvidia losing all its gains since close yesterday count as some kind of consolidation? Or did the big money just pump the upgrade news and early and bail? Oh, did Nvidia get another upgrade today? I mean, it looked like people just pulled back a lot of short calls yesterday, and it ran up to like the top of where they were selling them, and then it looks like today they just started selling them again after it ran up. Express has a wider trading range than the SPX. It's true, actually. Is that when you want to use your eggs as spackle? Yeah, yeah. If you ever want to patch a hole in the wall or. The slurry allows for fully cooked eggs that are not dry and rubbery. Why would you want that? Just don't burn your scrambled eggs? Could this be NVIDIA index rebalancing or maybe the offering dump? No, I don't think so. Hmm. Still a lot of put interest coming in at 44.95. And we've got like 30 minutes left. Time to load up on Tesla $300 calls. I doubt it. Most of the interest on Tesla dries up after today. It was a lot of this run was like 0 DTEs and a small pullback in covered calls. If more interest picks up on the chain, sure, but it's not there yet. I'm sorry to hear that, Dirk. Nice deep fried pickle. Big downs are up on Monday. I want to mark it on my calendar and do the exact opposite. Good luck with that. If you do the exact opposite, then it's going to do the opposite of what you tried to inverse. Just do both. That's the way. How's Express looking? Starting to calm down yet? Yeah, it's down about 10% today. I'd say so. Are things gearing up for an end of day battle or a snooze fest? Volume's pretty fucking high on the put side. It might be a bit of a battle. The 4,500 calls are going to want to stay in the money until close, and the 4,495 and 4,500 puts are going to want to be in the money. So it could get spicy. Is the Express TD under a paid Discord channel? It's in the Dillionaires Discord and the... Yeah, it is. I think it's also, if you search Express... Son of a bitch. If you search Express in the public Discord, there should be, like, Malloy's write-up about, some of their fundamental shit. Which is pretty good, too. So I bought a SPY 450p earlier today on a whim for 724. Thoughts on holding it over the weekend? I'm up 30%. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, it's not really a lot of theta, and you're still out of the money, so if you were in the money, maybe, but I'd want to be kind of deep in the money with that little theta. If I mail order the next wife and I don't like her, can I send her back? I don't think that's how that works. Although I guess if she's not a citizen yet, you could get her deported. It'd be super crazy to remind people about the crypto rant video. LOL, like, haha, like, what if JK LMAO? I guess they're into it though. I'm just kidding, unless. Wait, what? Oh. Did everyone not see that yet? Go watch the Cryptopia video. It's funny. It's a funny video. We lay out the future implications of a decentralized currency society and how that'll adapt over the years. From this stream? Yeah, believe it or not. This extremely serious stock stream? Yes. How do I deport my wife, even if she is a citizen? I you probably could, but it's going to be difficult. You can't just lock up your wife by calling her hysterical anymore. No, you need to be far more creative than that. Do you believe in a god? No. Not at all. 4,521. Here we come. I think you meant 44.99.27. Don't let your Nona hear that. She's dead. It doesn't matter. Get your wife really into Jesus, and then she'll stay home all the time. Why would you want your wife to stay home all the time? You don't believe in yourself. Touche, Dumb and Dumber Money. Touche. Did you hear they caught the Long Island serial killer the other day? Wait, really? That guy's been killing people for so long. Why'd you even answer that? Now we're gonna end up on some crazy tangent that ends in peanut butters and nuts and a dog. I'd rather just get it out of the way up front. Get your wife into options trading, then you can get your own boyfriend. Be honest, is your Long Island home Grey Gardens? Nope. I guess the serial killer wasn't Gherk. Look at that. Do you enjoy music? Yeah? I guess I was gonna ask you about the Long Island killer this morning, but I thought you were gonna say, who's that? Why do I care? I don't watch the news. Well, I mean, I know who he is. It's like local. It was Patton Oswalt? I knew it. Can you please throw that thing again? I accidentally knocked something off of my desk. I didn't throw anything. You're just trying to get me to flick the camera, aren't you? That serial killer wasn't Girk. What was the Long Island guy's MO? I think he like abducted girls and killed them on the beach. But they couldn't catch him. There was like no evidence for a really long time. And they assumed that he was someone that worked in like forensics or law enforcement. Flick the camera and I'll tell you how to feel about it. I won't do it. Fluffy, timing people out. The Long Island serial killer was an architect. Well, shows how off their analysis was. Bro, do you know how fast you would be a suspect if word got out about your large collection of industrial freezers? I mean, about as long as it would take them to look inside at my glorious collection of ice cream novelties. Which I would, of course, share with them. How I feel about it, I don't know if it works for me yet, and there's only one way to find out. You're really pushing for this, huh? I don't want to flick my camera. It was expensive. Why would someone flick their camera? I'm not showing you the floor. You're just trying to look for evidence, Rims and Tims. She's not here, all right? I don't know, man. Why did you bring it up? I thought you brought it up. They want it because they're too horny for their own good. Lick it instead. You guys are strange. Final 12 minutes of Theta destroying 4,500 calls. I wish it'd destroy them a little more. Give it to a straight charcoal or gas grill. Charcoal. I don't like gas grills. I own a grill. It's not at my apartment. I haven't actually taken it out of the box, but it's wood pellet. So, yeah. Think about that. Oh God, you're one of those people now. Well, I'm not because I haven't opened the box. Holy shit, we just tested under 4,500. Is it real? I bought 3 465 NVIDIA puts for 50 cents. Sold for 100%. They would have been 1,300. I gotta be happy with the 100% play, though. Yeah. I didn't even fade the top. And it was like exactly what I intended to do this morning. I was like, I'm gonna go long until it starts to collapse, and then fade the top, and enjoy the charm decay. And I didn't do that at all. Looks like the water was cold under 4,500. Just use the grill in your apartment and funnel the smoke onto the fire escape so everyone above you starts panicking. I was thinking about just like, I could get like a really long, like, dryer tube and maybe just take it all the way up the fire escape to the roof. That wouldn't cause any kind of significant danger, right? I bought a Yoder pellet. I don't know what that means. For my barbecue catering business. Ooh. Thing can do everything. I'm testing out cold smoking on it lately. Doing homemade sausages. Are you making like little sausage snacks? Court gave 30 people carbon monoxide poisoning. That's actually not a bad idea, Trash. What's a Texas style sausage? Was it smaller than average and drive a lifted truck? Yeah, and it's got jalapenos. Frustrating day. Netflix spreads stopped out for a slight loss. Would have been decently out of the money now. Entered some other stuff to recoup. Appreciate the knowledge on how to recover. No problem, man. Hmm. That was an interesting bounce. That never should have happened. Still 7 minutes to expiry. Hmm. You were right about Upstart not reaching 50. Yeah. Well, thankfully. This is intense. Moonwind? You doing some Moonwind action selling those CCs so close to expiry? Well, I had spreads on Upstart today at 50, 55. Well, that expired today. Any thoughts on coin? BTC could bounce off 30,000 over the weekend. I probably wouldn't play it. Well, yeah, it's too risky. It either slips and moves down hard or it bounces and moves up hard. I suppose you could play that outcome, that it will move one direction significantly. Any chance on your thoughts on SQQQ after it's calmed down here at market close? Yeah, give me a second. I'll fill you in. SQQQ is very cheap, and Nasdaq's definitely overbought. But I mean, it's a leverage ETF. If you're gonna hold it for any significant period of time, go with something else because you're just gonna lose money to volatility decay. Ah, look at those fucking spread returns. Sweet. Go right the fuck back down. Oh, you bitch. I fucking love it. Ding ding. Well, that was fun. I think I'm still good on the spread. I made 2 cents on them instead of 70, but whatever. Winning? Yeah. Right? There was a chance there to actually sell them for like $1.50, but I don't have that much leverage on this account, so I can only sell a few. So VIX crushed into close. We held 4,500 into next week, but I don't know how important that's going to be, especially if futures continue to move down over the weekend. Yeah, and futures don't look like they're bouncing super hard here. They did find a little bit of support at like the 45.30 level. But we'll see how that plays out. I would say most things indicate that we're going to continue to see some downside into the early part of next week. So we'll be looking for positioning that indicates some kind of pre-SLD pump, right? Otherwise, yeah, this is starting to look pretty bearish. I mean, we failed 45.25. We never even got close to 45.50. And everything's still just so overbought, right? And those call positions are starting to collapse. So yeah, I think we're in a good place to maybe move down a little bit. I don't know how strong the SLD period will be, or even if we'll have a realization of SLD, but we might start to see, the call side give up some ground as we approach 721, because a lot of their puts expire there. And I don't think at these levels they're going to be so willing to re-leverage more upside. And with the big collapse in the sold puts, we may actually see some interest in the short side come in. So we'll be looking to SLD as kind of an early indicator that people are picking up margin to execute those short positions. So yeah, we'll see what happens next week. Oil's still up, but did pull back a little bit today, down 218 basis points. ES closed down on the day, NQ down on the day, Russell down about 1,000. It looks like the pump there is about over. And Dow picked up a little bit of improvement over the course of the day, largely probably due to UNH beating their earnings. They're the largest holding in Dow. So that helped. And then, Goldman's news this morning probably helped out a bit too. Yields moved back up with the 2-year showing the most performance, followed by the 5, and then it kind of drops down from there to the 10, and the 3-month actually showing the least. So some people still treating the 2-year as a longer term, even though it's really not. BTC is down 5% today, but gold only slipped 26 basis points. And the dollar is up. So, yeah, we'll see. Maybe we see the dollar climb back up over 100 come Sunday night. And if we start to see strengthening there again, that's going to pull some money out of equities. Money that flowed in fear of the dropping dollar. So, yeah, that may have some effect. Anyway, I will see you all for the member stream Sunday at 12:30 p.m. And you guys have a great weekend. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.